Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. It's too difficult to mix it together like a thick soup. Wayne looked at the press corps in front of him, which consisted of at least 70 or 80 people. Except for the flashing lights, everyone was quietly waiting for him to reveal more information. Perhaps some people have noticed that both Joker and Batman Begins are actually paving the way for the stories that will appear later. I think some careful fans who have watched the movies repeatedly have discovered that in the story of Joker, there is an interaction with the young Bruce Wayne, and at the end of Batman Begins, there is also an Easter egg about Arthur. As his voice sounded again, all the reporters understood that the other party would inevitably reveal more key information, which would surely become a guarantee for their own sales. Some reporters hurriedly opened their notebooks to take notes, while some reporters stretched their recorders forward with force, hoping to clearly record all the words of the other party. Now that he had already made the beginning, Wayne raised his eyebrows at everyone and simply continued, "Yes, DC comic adapted movies will not feature separate characters. Although each movie will have a theme, other characters will also be involved, just like Bruce Wayne and Arthur who have appeared before. I can reveal a little bit of the main content of The Dark Knight in advance. The two absolute protagonists of this movie are Arthur and Bruce Wayne. The story of this movie will revolve around them. However, I want to leave everyone with a suspense here. Let's guess together which other DC characters will appear in the film. Wayne, should we?" The reporter from the Los Angeles Times who had just asked the question immediately continued to ask impatiently, "Can we understand that all DC comic adapted characters may intersect on the big screen?" "That's right." Wayne nodded with certainty. "I think fans will definitely want to see their favorite characters from comic books and childhood come out on the big screen one by one. I can tell you here that I have designed a complete plan for DC, and Bruce Wayne and Arthur are just the beginning. In other words, you may have a better understanding of a universe independent of comics, a DC movie universe that appears on the big screen. All the characters you can imagine will live, work and struggle in this universe." The scene suddenly became quiet for a while. If you have read comics, you will definitely not be unfamiliar with the term universe. Since the birth of superhero comics, this concept has appeared. At least in the minds of most people, this is definitely not a difficult to understand new term. It's just that the concept of movie universe has never been formally proposed in Hollywood. What made everyone stunned for a while was that until now everyone realized that the other party had already begun to lay out all of this today when filming Joker in 1993. Now it seems that at least it has been confirmed that there is nothing that can stop the construction of the DC universe. Otherwise the other party would not talk about the whole plan so carelessly. "Bruce, please tell me." Another reporter with a New York Times work ID hanging around his neck immediately looked at the distribution director of Warner Brothers. "Has Warner Brothers already approved this universe plan? Can you tell me about Warner Brothers' specific plans for the DC universe?" "I can answer your first question first. Yes." Bruce Rosenblum nodded and smiled at the reporter who asked the question. Warner Brothers had already agreed to Wayne's plan to connect with the Joker and even build the DC movie universe before the filming of Batman Begins. As we all know, the superhero movie genre was only a niche movie genre before Wayne appeared, and it is still the case now. It is precisely because of director Greenberg's great performance in the Joker that Warner Brothers has enough confidence. The result is obvious that Batman Begins still lives up to expectations. I think that Joker is enough to make all the arguments between art films and commercial films meaningless to Wayne. In his works, even in the comic adaptation genre of superheroes, there is never a lack of discussion on human nature, law, social issues, and rights. The movie can not only guarantee the existence of artistry, but also bring some warnings to movie fans. Warner Brothers can guarantee all media and fans here that the production style of the DC comic adaptation series of movies will follow the style designed by Wayne, and will never become a mindless summer popcorn. The entire universe will also follow the Greenberg style film style, making the entire DC movie universe full of dark artistry. Director Greenberg, will all the actors from the first Batman movie return to appear in the second movie? A reporter behind him, who obviously wanted to know more about the stars that the fans were more concerned about, threw the question to Wayne again. Yes, it has been confirmed that the main actors from The Dark Knight will continue to appear in the second The Dark Knight. He nodded to the reporters affirmatively at first. This aspect was not a secret. After all the actors returned, in order to create greater influence and topic for The Dark Knight, a press conference would definitely be held again. The publicity department of Warner Brothers had already prepared a series of promotion plans. Then he deliberately paused for a moment, pretending to think, and then continued, and I can reveal a little more. Joker Nicolas Cage will also return to this movie and play against Christian Bale. Oh my god. Great. With Wayne's answer, the reporters in the temporary press room began to discuss in a low voice. When they learned that these two characters who created brilliant things would appear in a movie at the same time to play against each other, everyone suddenly realized how attractive this would be to the fans. Not to mention the fans who kept going to the theater and repeatedly watched Joker and Batman Begins. Even some reporters on the scene suddenly had a fatal expectation for the upcoming Batman, The Dark Knight. Everyone realized that, as long as this news was released, it would definitely cause a terrifying discussion and expectation among the general fan group. It must be said that Warner Brothers and Wayne really understand movies. For the subsequent questions, all reporters seemed to have a tacit understanding. They started to point their guns at Wayne, trying every means to get more content related to The Dark Knight from him, whether it was the cast or the main story and theme of the film. As long as it did not involve the specific story of the film, Wayne would give answers that basically satisfied both parties. The purpose of holding this project launch conference was to attract more attention to The Dark Knight and tell potential fans that the movie you are looking forward to is about to start production. So, even if he usually doesn't like annoying media, it's rare for him to give an answer patiently this time. The press conference lasted for nearly 2 hours before the staff announced the end of the event amid the reluctance of countless reporters. Wayne had said everything he needed to say. As for how the media would report it, that was not his concern. Of course, there were more important things waiting for him. After a brief exchange with Bruce Ressenblumer and Charles Roven, he stood up again and went to a relatively small conference room. At this time, the core team behind him was ready for the meeting. After briefly introducing Charles Roven to everyone, he began to assign tasks as usual. With the stability of the core team behind the scenes over the years, basically everyone knew what they were responsible for. A stable and efficient team was the main reason why Wayne was not afraid of any filming difficulties. Just as he and the members of the behind-the-scenes team began to discuss and determine the preparations before filming, the various topics he threw out at the press conference today also sparked countless topics in an instant under the reports of dozens of large and small media. Of course, there was no lack of publicity and promotion by Warner Brothers in this, which attracted the attention of countless people in less than a day. The new CEO of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rothman, who had been paying attention to Wayne's actions, was the one who reacted the fastest. DC movie universe, I know it. In the 20th Century Fox office, Townsend Rothman held a thick cigar in one hand and threw the newspaper he was reading on the desk in front of him with the other hand. Perhaps other people would be amazed when they saw this report, amazed at how early Wayne and Warner Brothers planned for DC superheroes, but he was not surprised at all. When he personally visited the farm in Ventura County and had a deep conversation with Wayne, he had already guessed the young man's plan for DC. The funny thing is that other people in the circle and large and small production companies have always thought that DC superheroes will be a trilogy series. In fact, most people have guessed that there will be many sequels to superheroes, but few people should have thought that this is not a separate sequel, but a movie universe with an overall plan. The two represent completely different things, and it can even be said that they are worlds apart. If it is a trilogy series, Warner Brothers, which holds the copyright of all DC characters, will certainly make a lot of money, because with Wayne, the superhero master, the success rate of the movie will always be guaranteed. But it should be noted that every time a character series is completed and the next character series is opened, it will inevitably be accompanied by unpredictable risks. Only after the first part of other characters is successful, the subsequent sequels will be guaranteed. But if it is an entire universe, things will become exactly the opposite. The movie of one character is mixed with information about other characters. Townsend Rothman can think that, as long as the previous movie is successful, it will inevitably lead to more characters, and the success rate is doubling. This will make fans transfer their love for the first part to all the subsequent movies. As long as there are no flaws in the shooting, it will not only not cause the loss of fans, but will further attract more people to join in. The more it is filmed, the more attractive it will be. The timeline does not need to be pulled too far back. Just think about the scene a few years after Warner Bros. Successfully launched the DC Universe. Townsend Rothman seemed to see a behemoth that all production companies would look up to, monopolizing all superhero-related markets with an incomparable absolute advantage. However, when he thought of the difficulties, he frowned, took a puff of cigar, and muttered to himself, if you want to show the DC movie universe and mix all the characters together like a pot of thick soup, there are too many problems to face. It's really too difficult. Wayne, what do you think? Chapter 452. He grew up in constant competition. As the newly appointed CEO of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rothman's knowledge of all aspects of the film industry is definitely top-notch in the industry. Based on his half-life experience in Hollywood, the so-called DC movie universe is like a beautiful and unusual attic in the sky. This is different from shooting a series of movies that exist independently, and the difficulties to be balanced are really countless. In North America, no matter what skin color you are, almost everyone can tell some stories about superheroes, especially those heroes in the DC camp, who are too well known. Even if you are not a fan of comics, as long as you mention the names of Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne and Inara Prince, people will immediately think of the big superhero who wears his pants outside to save the world, or the rich grandfather who wanders in the steel jungle of Gotham. This is the advantage of DC Comics movies. Everyone has probably fantasized about their favorite superheroes when they were young and ignorant. When these superheroes are brought to the big screen, because of the rapid progress of the film special effects industry, they can use the feelings of most people to make them empty their pockets, just by relying on the influence of the characters themselves. As long as the superhero who walks onto the screen fits the image in the minds of most audiences, the excitement after watching the movie will become the main motivation for them to go to the surrounding stores and consume for love. This is also one of the reasons for the terrifying sales of Warner Bros. Peripherals. But the form of expression of movies is very different from comics after all. They are completely two art forms. Some things that have been tried and tested in comics cannot be directly brought to the big screen to realize, such as the so-called movie universe. In fact, Townsend Rothman has been thinking about this problem for more than a day or two. On the one hand, based on his own professional experience, Wayne's approach is like building a dream that cannot be completed. On the other hand, he expects that the other party will break the market perception again and again, and have a better way to solve the problem. In fact, compared to the complex DC universe, he prefers his own X-Men. After all, in similar adaptations, the simpler the background, the easier it is to succeed. The difference between the performance on the big screen and the performance in the comics has fundamentally turned the complex and headache-inducing DC system into a castle in the air. Not to mention the complicated things. In the comics, Superman is saving the Earth in a parallel universe, but in another universe, he may become a completely corrupted villain. In the DC comic universe, except for those hardcore comic fans, few normal people can distinguish it. There is also a very important point. If you want to put all the heroes together like a pot of thick soup, one thing that must be considered is the imbalance of the combat system brought about by various superpowers. A very realistic point is that with the combat power shown by Bruce Wayne on the big screen now, what means can be used to make the audience believe that this richest man in Gotham can fight Clark Kent? I'm afraid any normal person knows that with Superman's combat power, killing Batman is no more laborious than crushing a cockroach. Townsend Rothman has stood in Wayne's shoes countless times, but he has not come up with a perfect solution, unless he abandons the concept of the movie universe and shoots independent movie series, to make these superheroes become individuals. Ding, ding, ding. A few crisp knocks on the door sounded, and Terry pushed the door open and walked in. After sitting across from the desk, he first glanced at the newspapers on the table. Now the media is full of various news and speculations about Wayne Greenberg, or This Is Batman, The Dark Knight. The work he has been busy with recently is also related to the young director. Boss, I've checked it. Terry glanced at it lightly and immediately retracted his attention and looked at his boss, who was wrapped in the thick fog of cigar. The DC movie universe was proposed by Wayne Greenberg more than 3 years ago, and various information shows that he submitted a complete planning outline to Warner Bros. Kevin Tsujihara, the former CEO of Warner Bros., had in-depth exchanges with Wayne Greenberg and read the highly feasible plan before fully promoting Batman Begins within the company. Before the release of this movie, Warner Bros. And DC Comics established a special screenwriting department dedicated to serving DC Comics superheroes. Everything was prepared so early. Townsend Rossman nodded slowly, trying to suppress all the doubts in his heart. As long as you work in this circle, no one dares to underestimate Kevin Tsujihara. Not only did he lead Warner Bros. Performance to rise steadily, but he also laid a solid and perfect foundation for the rise of Warner Bros. Before he was about to be promoted to CEO of Time Warner. Now Townsend Rossman really can't figure out how to solve the problems of building the DC universe, but there is no doubt that the plan that was reviewed by Kevin Tsujihara a few years ago and was willing to push forward before the promotion has no loopholes in feasibility. As long as this is confirmed, 20th Century Fox will not make mistakes in judgment. Even if it takes a big plan, it will let Wayne come up with a similar complete plan for them. Townsend Rossman has always believed that compared with the complicated and headache-inducing DC Universe adaptation, his own X-Men is much more feasible. He is now like a strong man holding a treasure chest, but he dare not easily open it with brute force. He can only find ways to ask another strong man who has the key to the box. Thinking of this, Townsend Rossman slowly calmed down his inner heat, put the cigar in the ashtray, looked across the desk, and asked, "How is the negotiation with Wayne Greenberg's agent going?" "That's a damn vampire. Shit." When it comes to this, even in front of his respected old boss, Terry rarely burst out with swear words, and his face is even more painful and unbearable. "Boss, that guy has completely abandoned his face. Every time we take a small step back and want to reach a cooperation as soon as possible, he will take a big step forward. It's normal." Unexpectedly, Townsend Rossman did not show any surprise at all, and smiled calmly, and shook his head. The reason why the agent dared to do this is because he has absolute confidence in his clients. Just wait and see. He is likely to delay the negotiation until after the Oscars, or even until after June next year. Both of them knew that these were two very critical nodes. After the Oscars, if Wayne can get an important little golden statue, his net worth will definitely increase. It will be even easier to delay it until June next year. After the release of Batman, The Dark Knight, if the film is more popular in North America and around the world than the first one, then the agent will definitely not be satisfied with the treatment they are offering now. As long as Terry thinks about the painful negotiations, he feels annoyed. He is regretting why he didn't sign the damn contract earlier when Wayne just agreed. Now they have not been able to capture Zack Snyder's heart, and they have lost the best opportunity to sign Wayne. Have we been keeping an eye on him? As soon as Terry thinks of the vampire named Jimmy, he immediately has the urge to give up. We may be able to contact Wayne directly, or even disclose the progress of the negotiation to the media. If the other party does not want to bear the reputation of breaking the promise, he may choose to reach an agreement with us as soon as possible. One thing he can be sure of is that Wayne Greenberg is a very trustworthy and committed person in the minds of many people in the circle. Various signs have long shown that the other party is an extremely trustworthy lunatic. As long as the other party accepts the effort, he can generally get a high return. Credit can be said to be one of the important reasons for the other party's rapid success, and it is also the basis for people to think that this young director is reliable. Don't be stupid, this won't work. Townsend Rossman shook his head and rejected the idea at the first time. He believed that if 20th Century Fox did this, Wayne would definitely sign a contract with him as soon as possible due to the promise he made in person, but such cooperation was definitely not the effect he wanted. Shaking his head in frustration, Terry knew that he still had to face the torturous negotiation work and continue to face the agent who wanted to delay the negotiation process by means of throwing tantrums and verbal threats. Shit, what right does Wayne Greenberg have to indulge his agent like this? I bet he must know what his agent is doing. This is all intentional. Why? Ha. Townsend Rossman suddenly narrowed his eyes, and as two streams of smoke came out of his nostrils, a low voice came out of his mouth slowly. At the beginning of the 1990s, Wayne was still an unknown little man. At that time, any of the 6 major companies could beat him up without hesitation. There was no need to even find a reason. When 2 years passed, everyone suddenly realized that this young man would help Warner Brothers and pose a considerable threat to themselves. The big companies involved in the competition began to use some unconventional means to attack Wayne, trying to prevent him from continuing to succeed. At this time, it has been shown that some big companies' projects are not sure to win in the competition. At the end of the previous year, when the big giants used tacit understanding to start using public opinion to attack him and throw all kinds of dirty water on him, trying to completely discredit him, it has actually proved that the big giants can no longer take any advantage by suppressing him within the rules. Today, when we have to sit down at the negotiation table with Wayne, the fact is that any of the big 6 has to compromise with that young man. Terry, if you look closely, you will find that Wayne Greenberg has grown rapidly in constant competition. So, why do you think he is so tough? Why does he dare to indulge his agent at will and use unscrupulous means outside to seek benefits for him? Chapter 453 6 Shitty Decisions. From the perspective of Thompson Rosman, the use of public opinion to force the other party. It is completely a fool's behavior. In the 20th century, Fox wants to cooperate with each other sweetly, not others. Paramount, Disney, Global Films and Mirror Maximum know that it is uncomfortable. Terry, think about it carefully. Townsend Rosman leaned back in his chair, extinguished the cigar in his hand in the ashtray, stretched out a finger, and tapped his head, saying, over the years, the big 6 have always used the same method to suppress anyone, but Wayne Greenberg has long since changed. After saying that, he stood up and slowly walked to the office window, looking at the busy cars and people downstairs. After 5 or 6 minutes, just when Terry was considering leaving, Townsend Rosman's voice came again. During the next negotiation, tell Wayne's agent that, if they are willing to sign a contract this year, 20th Century Fox will use all media resources during the awards season to help Wayne with publicity and public relations. Okay. Hearing this condition, Terry was truly relieved. What does it mean for 20th Century Fox to use all media resources? As long as the other party is not stupid, they can easily figure it out. All these words represent not only Fox Cable TV and its print media, but most importantly, they represent the huge news corporation behind 20th Century Fox. Such conditions are already very sincere. Also, help me keep an eye on The Dark Knight, which Wayne is preparing and about to start filming. I want all the news about the movie. Townsend Rothman is indeed curious about Wayne's plans for DC, and perhaps he still has a little unclear view of the DC movie universe. But he has a very clear understanding of The Departed and the current environment in the circle. If this film was put in the past few years, the success rate for the Oscars would undoubtedly be very low. Even if Wayne has accumulated enough points and there are many off-site factors, the probability of getting the little golden man is definitely no more than 20%. But this year is indeed very special. 1996 is about to end. According to the information collected by Townsend Rothman, none of the potential opponents of The Departed can compete with this film. In his eyes, the current situation is that Wayne's The Departed is as eye-catching as putting a rude, violent, bloody, and dark murderer among a group of ladies among all the films that have ambitions for the Oscars this year. From a professional perspective, Wayne's black talent in The Departed has been surprisingly fully utilized to the limit. Not only 20th Century Fox and Townsend Rothman are paying attention to the news of The Dark Knight, but also Hollywood film companies, big and small, have paid a lot of attention to this upcoming film. All colleagues want to know how Warner Brothers and Wayne will develop the so-called DC movie universe. After the launch conference of Batman 2nd, the media began to report various news. When Wayne and Bruce Resemblam's words at the press conference appeared one by one in various newspapers, it caused a collective carnival among countless fans. From the second day, the internet was full of fans' discussions and expectations about The Dark Knight. They kept guessing the theme of the story and the characters that would appear. Especially Wayne's sentence, "Leave a suspense here. You can guess which character will appear." This question aroused great enthusiasm among fans. Since he had said that at the press conference, this character must be a well-known person, and would never be a passerby. First, the online platform led by IMDb had a big discussion with a surprising number of participants, and then the chain reaction caused it. Even the distribution department of Warner Bros. Was shocked, as the film caused a heated discussion. Before it was filmed, several TV stations temporarily modified their programs, especially talk shows, and began to invite Hollywood insiders to debate on the topic of Batman. As more insiders raised more and more difficult questions about the concept of the DC movie universe, it did not hit the public's expectations for the film. Fans firmly believed that with the achievements Wayne had made over the years, he would definitely handle everything they were worried about. From discussions on TV media to online platforms to ordinary people, The Dark Knight can be said to have conveyed its expectations to potential audiences before it was produced. Warner Bros. Successfully reawakened the popularity accumulated by the first Batman with just one press conference, which greatly exceeded Warner Bros. Expectations for the early publicity effect of the film. No matter how heated the discussion and speculation about the film was, Wayne had no time to care about it. After the film was officially approved, he led the crew behind the scenes and returned to the studio in Warner Studios to start busy work. There are a lot of good news, such as the production of props in the second part, which will be much simpler because of the special preparations made in the first part. As the crew officially moved into the studio, Brandon Lee's action director also returned again and joined the action director group. Then the special effects team, stunt team, etc. of Industrial Light and Magic returned one by one to prepare. When all the crew members began to adjust their status from the holiday rhythm to the work rhythm, Charles Roven, as the producer of the project, first signed contracts with the confirmed actors so that they could officially join the group for some training. The first negotiation he finalized was the contract with the male lead Christian Bale. Needless to say, the other party is the core of this series. Not only in this film, but also in the future plans of DC movies, he will have a lot of appearance time. The moment Christian Bale signed the contract smoothly, Charles Roden was most impressed by the foresight of Wayne and Tim Burton, because as early as before the first film, they signed long-term contracts with the actors on a large scale, basically cutting off the room for the other party's agents to ask for a lion's mouth, which really helped the producers' negotiation work. Otherwise, with Christian Bale's super high popularity today, it would be difficult not to be asked for a share of the box office, and now the number marked on this salary contract is only $13 million. Then came Naomi Watts, who played Rachel, Gary Oldman, the sheriff who represented Justice, Michael Caine, the old butler, the new CEO of Wayne Group, and Ralph Fiennes, who signed their names on the contract one after another within 3 days. Charles Roven was surprised by the smooth work. He thought that the first hurdle he had to overcome was to deal with the difficult agents of the sequel actors. The fact was that, as long as the treatment was in accordance with the market price, there were almost no objections. Until all the contracts of these old people were settled, he still felt incredible. Every time in the studio, he saw Wayne's busy figure communicating with the prop supervisor, the special effects team, and the stunt, lighting, camera and other teams, which made him deeply feel the other party's prestige in the crew. However, his doubts were quickly answered by the woman next to the other party. In the words of Naomi Watts, "Don't be silly. No one wants to miss the opportunity to work with Wayne. Why are you making random demands? Believe me, if he hears about these things, he will definitely kick out the people who caused trouble for him without any hesitation, including me." This is a very interesting thing, which made Charles Roven very interested in Wayne. He has been a producer for a long time. You know, sequels have always been those irreplaceable actors who take the initiative before signing the contract, but when it comes to Wayne's crew, everything is reversed. There was one thing he was very curious about, so he sat down next to Wayne, who had just finished his lunch break, and asked, "Hey, man, if there are actors who really make trouble before filming, you know what I mean, will you really replace them? Want a smoke?" Half a cup of coffee was placed on the table, and Wayne took out a pack of cigarettes and gestured to the other party. Seeing Charles Rove nodded, the two of them lit a cigarette together. "Yes, I have a lot of things to do now. Whoever makes trouble for me at this time, I will kick him out without hesitation. After the work starts, there is no friendship, and you can talk to me." Recalling the words of the Australian actress, the producer shrugged and immediately asked, "Even Miss Naomi Watts?" "Charles, after entering this crew, she treats me no more special than any other staff member." Listening to the tall and handsome director next to him, speaking emotionlessly with a sunny smile, Charles Rove understood for the first time what a real workaholic should be like. Favors can be found everywhere in Hollywood, not to mention that the Australian superstar, who had just given birth to a child for the other party, did not get more privileges than his crew. No one would believe it if he told others about it. Guillermo. Just when he wanted to continue chatting and get to know his partner better, he heard the other party suddenly shouting the assistant director of the crew. The bearded Mexican man put down his coffee, ran over in a few steps, and asked in confusion, "What happened, boss? Who ordered Buckstar?" Looking at the surprised assistant director, Wayne did not wait for the other party to answer, and said directly, "In the future, the coffee supply of the crew will be changed to this damn brand. I don't like it." Charles Rowan was also surprised. He did not believe that this was the other party's way of showing off his authority in the crew. In the doubtful eyes cast by the people around him, he seemed to hear Wayne muttering in a low voice, "The purpose of a place like Buckstar is to make people who have no decision-making ability make 6 shitty decisions just to buy a cup of coffee." Chapter 454. This drama is crazy. It was lunchtime, and people's attention gathered quickly and dispersed quickly. Gilmore left quickly with doubts. There were too many things waiting for him to do during this period, and he had no intention of exploring the unknown. "Wayne, what about the auditions and contracts of other actors?" Charles Rove took a deep puff of cigarette, and while asking, he was also observing the other party's face secretly. He was a little confused about Wayne's style of doing things. After all, this was a project led by the other party. He was really unsure whether he wanted the producer to participate in the selection of actors. "Schwartz is screening the minor actors and those with minor roles." After a moment's hesitation, Wayne glanced at the cautious producer and said, "For those who have not been confirmed, we will do the final audition together in the next 2 days. Charles, I have only one request for the salary contracts of other actors. Try to keep the salary of minor roles as low as possible, and keep enough money to invest in the production of the film." "No problem." Before Charles Rove officially joined the crew, he had already discussed some things with Bruce Resendblum, and he also had a rough understanding of his partner's employment habits. According to Bruce Resendblum's original words, the real core of the entire crew has never been those famous big stars, but always the director Wayne Greenberg. Therefore, in almost every project, only the director can get the top salary. For example, in the crew of The Dark Knight this time, Wayne has 3 positions that will be written into the contract as usual. The first is a director, followed by the screenwriter and the second producer. Undoubtedly, the director is the main position and the largest part of the salary. The screenwriter is very simple. The plot outline and main storyline of The Dark Knight were provided by the other party. Although many details were filled in by the screenwriter department of Warner Brothers, the final version still had to be modified and approved by Wayne. Those screenwriters who were deep in the assembly line basically could not sign their names in the screenwriter column. As for the producer, it was even simpler, because he was the initiator of the entire project. Choosing to retain a producer position when uncontrollable unexpected situations occurred, it could guarantee Wayne's voice and control in the crew to the greatest extent. According to the usual rules of Hollywood, since Wayne has taken up a position in the crew, he must get a deserved remuneration. Not only should these be clearly stated in the contract, but his name should also be marked on the end credits of the film. For example, the second producer, a position similar to a nominal position, has a symbolic salary of only $200,000. The same is true for the screenwriter, which is only $400,000. It is worth mentioning that Wayne is very generous and will share the screenwriter income with those screenwriters who have participated in The Dark Knight in the screenwriter department of Warner Brothers. This money is insignificant to him, but for those little people, it is a bonus that makes people more motivated to work. The real part of his salary is the director's job, but this is also the least controversial part. In this regard, Warner Brothers and Wayne have a considerable degree of tacit understanding. The basic salary of $20 million will be paid to Wayne's designated account in 3 installments, when the film begins to be prepared, when the project is completed, and after the film is officially off the shelves. In fact, the most important thing is the box office share in the later stage. This aspect has always been a bargaining point, because every extra or less percentage point may involve millions of dollars in interests. The tacit understanding between the two parties comes from this. Warner Brothers happily gave 20% of the global box office, the top share in the circle, and Wayne gave up the idea of involving other income in the later stage, and took the top salary in the circle with peace of mind. Of course, Warner Brothers will certainly pay the copyright income that the union stipulates to be given to the director in accordance with the regulations. Although the proportion in this regard is very low, probably less than 2%, this part of the income is a long-term meal ticket. Even if the film is off the shelves for 10 or 20 years, it will still be paid on time every year at a specific time. Wayne, in my impression, you should be the director who gets the most global box office share. During the chat, Charles Roven looked at the young face next to him and said with emotion, even if it is magnified in the entire Hollywood, you should be the most stable Mr. 20+20. Charles, you probably remembered it wrong. Before Wayne spoke, Naomi Watts sat next to the two of them in a prosecutor's uniform. This was one of her looks in the film, and the whole person looked very neat. Nodding to the Australian actress with a smile, Charles Roven asked in confusion, what? In my impression, it is indeed like this. I can't remember it wrong. Winking at Wayne playfully, Naomi Watts shook her head, looked at the producer and said, I remember that the first person to start getting 20+20 pay was Jim Carrey. Now this big star is the most stable Mr. 20+20. Oh, by the way, I remember that for a period of time, everyone called Jim Carrey the pioneer of Hollywood box office share treatment. She was sure that she remembered it correctly. After the film The Mask was finished, the other party's commercial pay went straight to tens of millions of dollars. At least if we only talk about commercial films for the theater market. His commercial appeal and fan favorability were definitely ahead of Tom and Tom during this period. Since the past few years, it seems that, as long as fans see Jim Carrey's expressive face on the movie poster, they will go to the theater without hesitation to buy tickets to watch it, and the movies he starred in will never disappoint ordinary fans, and the audience group is very broad. No. Speaking of this, Charles Roven shook his head and corrected with a smile. Jim Carrey is indeed a box office guarantee, but the concept of 20+20 is completely different. Nami, Wayne gets a share of the global box office, and others only get a share of the North American box office. This is what made him sigh. The great director with an alternative style beside him changed his usual understanding of the production company. When Warner Brothers faced other people asking for a share of the box office, it was like constipation. The negotiation was completely different. It was not uncommon to see a tug of war for 3 or 4 months. When it came to negotiating with Wayne's agent, not only did the two sides move very fast, but even when it came to the sensitive box office share, Warner Brothers did not hesitate at all and directly gave the top one, as if they were afraid that the other party would go back on their word and wanted Wayne to sign the contract as soon as possible. Pa. Wayne clapped his hands several times in a row, shook his head with a smile, and ended the big discussion about his salary between the two people around him. Nami, it's time to work, and it's time to gossip. Go do your own thing. Charles, we have to talk about the location. He ignored the Australian actress who rolled her eyes and waved her fist at him before leaving. Perhaps in the mid to late 1990s, it was very rare for directors and actors in Hollywood to get a salary of $20 million plus a 20% share of the box office, but this was only from the perspective of today. After the turn of the century, a top director or a first-line movie star who got a top salary of 20 million or even more was nothing. As the revenue of Hollywood production companies becomes more diversified, the proportion of box office profits in total revenue will become lower and lower. As long as the box office and subsequent offline income of a film are guaranteed, the income that only top directors can get now can be obtained by even some second and third line directors. However, whether it is a movie star or a director, there has always been a problem here, that is gender. This is a red pyramid composed of male power. Even first-line female stars generally have a salary far lower than that of male stars of the same level. Equal pay for equal work is simply a rule that no one can change in Hollywood. Even after the second decade after the turn of the century, when the Me Too movement was so popular, this general phenomenon did not change much. The female stars who could get top pay were only a small part of the overall base. Wayne, I really don't understand why you chose New York. When talking about the main location of The Dark Knight, Charles Roven hesitated for a while and finally expressed his doubts. After we announced the establishment of the second Batman project, the Chicago city government has contacted me several times. They hope that the film can be shot in the Windy City and gave a very good tax rebate. This is indeed very confusing. Even in the hearts of comic fans and movie fans, the prototype of Gotham tends to be Chicago. In fact, whether it is New York or Chicago, these two cities are the most famous sin capitals in North America. There is no need to focus on the Big Apple. Charles Roven carefully read the script and some storyboards made by Wayne, and was very sure that there would be no problem shooting in Chicago. The Wayne Building and the sky rail connecting the whole city that fans have seen in the film are actually shot by special effects models and have nothing to do with the location. No, we'll put it in New York, even if there is no tax refund. Wayne shook his head. He certainly understood the benefits of changing the location, but some things cannot be said too much, which is related to other subsequent plans. In fact, in this Dark Knight, there are too many places that he is reluctant to make changes, but for the sake of the subsequent plan, he must make some small changes to the film. Otherwise the shortcomings of shooting the second part of the trilogy with Nolan's ideas will be extremely conspicuous. That is, it is too real. Compared with the magic and technology sense achieved by other superhero movies, Wayne is more willing to position the original Dark Knight as a police and gangster film. In fact, when making Batman Begins, he wanted to put things in it in a big way, but in the end he chose to play it safe. For example, the Shadow Warriors League robbed a water extinguisher on the Wayne Group's ship and then sank the ship. It can be explained later that there are several powerful torpedoes or similar powerful weapons on the ship, which were taken away by Black Manta to bomb Atlantis. For example, the Shadow Warriors alliance is finished, and the remaining members continue to run to other cities to cause damage with firm beliefs and not forgetting their original intentions. Various news reports on this matter, and the police in other cities begin to work together. When Officer Gordon received the news, the list in his hand clearly showed Barry Allen. In fact, everything does not need to spend too much footage and time. Just give a close-up of the list with the camera at the end. However, this is the first Batman after all. Wayne obediently put away all his spoof mentality and chose to test the market in the most stable way to cultivate the viewing habits of movie fans. For the first film, too much character information was stuffed into it, and no one knew what unpredictable consequences would occur. Looking at the young director beside him who was lost in thought, Charles Roven shook his head helplessly, stood up and prepared to communicate with the third-party insurance company first to ensure the funding of the crew. After all, this series is based on the opinions of the other party. The Dark Knight is too important to Warner Brothers. No one dares to question all of Wayne's decisions. Otherwise, if there is any problem with the film, no one can take the blame. Boss, Nicolas Cage just called. The producer had just left the rest area in a corner of the studio. Nina frowned, but still stepped forward and stretched out her hand, gently pushing her boss. She knew this man too well. If he was allowed to fall into thinking like this, the length of time would be completely uncontrollable. I think Nicolas Cage should have seen the news of the crew signing with other actors. The assistant saw Wayne shaking his head and lighting another cigarette, and then continued, "He made an appointment with me on the phone at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, saying that he would come to talk to you alone. I know. Remind me when he arrives." Nodding, Wayne smiled. The role of the Joker is too important for the second Batman, so he deliberately did not notify Nicolas Cage. It is not so easy to get the soul of this film. He must see the other party's state and performance before making the final decision. The script and requirements have actually been given to Nicolas Cage so long in advance. If the final performance effect still cannot reach the line in his heart, Wayne will definitely throw the friendship aside and find someone else without hesitation. As long as the actor Joker is unqualified, he would rather delay the shooting cycle of the entire film than choose to make do. In the thick smoke, Wayne, with a cigarette in his mouth, fell into deep thought again. This Dark Knight is too important. As said at the project launch conference, it plays a connecting role. There can be no risk at all. Time passed quickly, and the studio began to be busy. Nicolas Cage entered the studio alone. From the moment he entered the studio gate, he attracted countless people's attention along the way. The reporters surrounding the studio gate chased him and took pictures. "Oh my god. I first saw Nicolas Cage's Nana and exclaimed," waking up Wayne, who was deep in thought. When he turned around in confusion, he couldn't help but open his mouth and muttered, "This drama is crazy. There is only one chapter today. I feel a little uncomfortable. I will write early tomorrow and resume updating." Chapter 455, Wrong Road. I'm afraid that except for Nicolas Cage himself, no one knows how much he has paid and lost for the role of the Joker. The strange looks he attracted along the way, the countless exclamations, and the incredible emotions in people's eyes all show how well he was prepared this time. When he saw that even the director, who turned into a nice-faced man when he was working, had an expression of seeing a ghost, his heart was instantly filled with satisfaction. "Hey, Wayne, how do I look?" Facing the stunned Wayne, Nicolas Cage turned around in front of him in a cool and awkward manner. Under the strange gaze of the other party and his assistant, he suddenly laughed crazily. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. M asterisk 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 HERF asterisk asterisk KER." It must be said that Nicolas Cage did exceed his psychological expectations in some aspects, as he made Wayne swear without any image. The big star in front of him can be said to have completely abandoned his own aura and was now wearing a well-fitting three-piece suit. However, the suit is bright red, and you can clearly see the bright yellow vest from the unbuttoned top and the blue shirt inside. This suit with a dazzling contrast of colors is exactly the costume Wayne once designed for Joker. He remembers it very clearly. When the film was completely finished, Nicolas Cage took away his two favorite suits as a commemoration of the filming. Unexpectedly, a few years later, he wore them again. The clothes are not the focus of his attention. His body is 2 circles thinner, his sick and crazy state, the carefully painted clown makeup on his face, and the green hair. It's like Arthur has walked out of the big screen. Frowning at Nicolas Cage's current state, Wayne turned back and whispered to the assistant before going up to hug him. "Nina, tell Charles that our clown is here and ask him to come and see it. He has seen the producer's work status in recent days. Although he is constantly busy, he also finds that the other party respects him. Therefore, when the crew selects important actors, notifying the other party to come and discuss together is the minimum respect for the producer." Damn, what have you been through during this period? When Wayne and Nicolas Cage greeted each other warmly and hugged like old friends, he felt even more incredible in his heart. From the short time of hugging, he felt the other party's skinny body. Such a body will never appear on normal people, but only on those who are terminally ill. Especially the other party's body is definitely tall, which can highlight his own illness. Before speaking, Nicolas Cage wanted to open his mouth and laugh. Then he seemed to be stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted, shrugged his shoulders at the man in front of him, and said, "Since the afternoon I got the script, I have locked myself in a closed small room until now. I swear, my current state must be better than when I filmed Joker that year. Well done." Wayne smiled and patted the other's arm twice. At this time, no one could tell from his expression whether he was satisfied or not. "Come on, go to my office. Let's see the results of your preparation together." After saying that, He took the lead and walked towards the corner of the corridor. As he walked, he sighed in his heart. No wonder this guy could get a first-line salary of 20 million yuan. He was really cruel to himself. He had heard before that when Nicolas Cage starred in the movie Badman, in order to portray a veteran who was devastated in the war, he not only pulled out 2 teeth, but also went on a crazy diet for more than 20 days and lost more than 15 pounds of meat. There are also some things like swallowing a struggling live cockroach to make the scene more realistic in order to shoot Vampire's Kiss. Now it seems that this big star who has not completely given up his artistic style still stubbornly retains the actor's quality that he is willing to sacrifice for artistic effects. When Charles Roven, led by Nina, pushed open the door of the temporary director's office, the first thing he saw was Nicolas Cage sitting quietly beside the desk and his extremely conspicuous outfit, and he couldn't help but whistled. Wow, cool. After the two parties simply greeted each other, he sat on the sofa with some doubts, looking at the two people across a work table, not knowing what he wanted to do. Okay, Nicola, let's start. I'll temporarily play Officer Gordon and help you with the play. Wayne didn't explain too much. Now he just wanted to confirm the other party's performance status as soon as possible and whether it could meet his needs. While he was talking, he suddenly found the faces of several other actors at the door of the office. But he didn't care. He knew that these people were attracted by the special outfit of the man opposite him. If they wanted to watch it, they could watch it. There was no confidentiality requirement for them to keep the content of the film confidential. After all, these people had signed a confidentiality agreement. Are you ready? Seeing that the other party's upper body began to relax slowly, Wayne nodded, waved one hand lightly on the table in front of him, and then crossed his hands on the desk and said, "Harvey Dent didn't come home." A careless voice immediately sounded from Nicolas Cage's mouth. "Of course not. What did you do to him?" "Me. I've been here." Nicolas Cage got into the state very quickly, raised his hands to Wayne opposite him, pretending to be handcuffed. "Who did you leave him with?" "Huh. Your people." He raised his hands and pointed at the person sitting opposite him. "Of course, we have to assume that they are still your people, not Maloney's. Does it disappoint you, Sheriff? Knowing how lonely you are, does it make you feel that you are responsible for Harvey Dent's current situation? Where is he? What time is it?" Everyone at the scene found that Wayne's performance could hardly be called a performance at all. The only use was to give a short line or two to the clown opposite at the right time, so that the other party could continue his long lines. Any actor who has aspirations knows that the difficulty in acting is not the completely calm transition scenes, nor the close-up shots of sudden emotional outbursts, but rather this kind of long lines, and the constantly changing emotions and expressions that go with it. This kind of performance is very demanding for the actors. Not only do they have to understand the role they play, but they also have to truly integrate themselves into it, constantly conveying the ever-changing emotions to the outside world through the close-ups of the camera. In the eyes of the crowd, if this performance was an absolute disaster for Wayne, then for the other party in the opposite play, Nicolas Cage, it was like a textbook performance. At least the two people watching in the office and the crowd watching at the door had the same idea. Stop, don't continue. What people didn't expect was that Wayne not only frowned and stopped the performance, but also tilted his head, as if he was particularly dissatisfied, staring at the clown who was suddenly interrupted, and was at a loss for a moment. What? Nicolas Cage took 2 seconds to react. Looking at the man opposite with his eyebrows twisted together, he stretched out a finger, pointed at his nose, and asked, "Wayne, is there something wrong with me?" In fact, from the moment the other party entered the performance, Wayne's heart had been lifted, and his mind was instantly full of vigilance. In fact, whether it is from the proficiency of the lines or the continuous release of emotions through facial expressions and eyes, it can be seen that this big star has indeed put in a lot of effort. However, Nicolas Cage made a mistake. He was still interpreting the current clown with the state of Arthur the Clown a few years ago. And from the performance just now, Wayne obviously found the other party's confidence, which shows that all the practice and preparation he did at the beginning were to try his best to restore the original clown. In the final analysis, it was the clown Arthur who was too successful, blinding not only the eyes of the public, but also the eyes of the actor. Nicholas, your performance is not what I need. Without any pulling and pulling, Wayne said directly and unceremoniously, go back and continue reading the script. Pay attention to the changes in the timeline. Note that in this play, you are no longer the Arthur who still has a trace of kindness, but a crazy incarnation with your own ideas. Total denial. Yes, total denial. For a while, Nicolas Cage was stunned in place. All the preparations he was proud of, desperate weight loss, hiding in a dark room alone to find the state, specially prepared makeup and dressing, long hours of work, were all overturned by the man opposite, after watching for a few minutes. Listen, Nicola. At this point, Wayne regained his composure, and turned into that icy face that made people unable to see emotions again. I don't have much time left for you. I will start auditioning other actors in the crew in 2 days. If you can't change your mind within this week, I will start another large-scale audition for the Joker before the audition is over. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Nicolas Cage's preparations, but the other party was too confident and still wanted to use the successful methods of the past few years to apply to this project again, which was obviously not feasible. The Joker in The Dark Knight can be said to have a complete self-concept, which is completely different from Arthur, who is squeezed by society, fate, and life. This can't be made up at all. Chapter 456. Only choose, not educate. I'll get it right soon. Nicolas Cage, who had been silent, suddenly responded in a low and hoarse voice, while sitting in his chair. Obviously, the result was very different from what he had imagined. Wait. Wayne raised one hand and gently scratched the stubble on his chin, tilting his head and constantly observing the big star across the table. Take off your clothes, and go back, and try your best to get out of Arthur's state. You may not have noticed that you have become accustomed to not being able to control your crazy laughter. There is a way that may help you find your state as soon as possible. Come to the crew again tomorrow, and have a script reading meeting with others. I'm also responsible for not reminding you earlier. Script reading. Generally before the filming officially begins, the actors will sit together under the organization of the director or producer to read their parts. Similar methods are used in Hollywood and other regions. The effect cannot be said to be very good, but it is definitely more useful than guessing alone. Okay. Nicolas Cage nodded, gestured to the producer who had been sitting on the sofa and watching silently, and stood up, and walked out of the office. Honestly, Wayne. After Nicolas Cage left, Charles Roven stood up and closed the door. He sat on the sofa again and lit a cigarette before speaking. Similar situations have always existed in Hollywood. It is too difficult to get him to leave a colorful character in a few days and then enter another more elusive state. Wait and see. Wayne also sighed and found helplessly that he still took it for granted. The role of the Joker is too important. If he can't meet the requirements, we will start a large-scale audition. In fact, among North American comic fans, there has always been a saying that Marvel looks at heroes while DC looks at villains. From this saying, that is recognized by most ordinary people, we can find out how much a charismatic villain plays in DC movies. As early as the moment Nicolas Cage entered the performance, Wayne frowned because a ridiculous character image ran into his mind: Captain Jack Sparrow. The other party's state just now is almost the same as Johnny Depp, who played Captain Jack Sparrow. After his great success, he also lived like a pirate captain in real life. There is almost no difference. A role that is too successful will limit the actor's screen image. This saying has always existed in the circle, so normal actors who have aspirations are always changing their performance methods and roles. However, a more successful screen role has a greater impact on the actor himself. It is not just the image on the screen. Even the person himself will live like that role in real life. The representative one is Captain Jack Sparrow. Now Nicolas Cage, after more than a month of crazy self-abuse weight loss, has entered the mental state of the clown Arthur again. It is obvious that there is such a trend. This is different from being too deep into the role. Being too deep into the role can be adjusted back through acquired rest and the help of a psychologist. This kind of complete entry into the role itself, even the person himself does not realize that he has become that role. It is too difficult to get out of it, or it is better to say that they enjoy the feeling from the inside out now and resist breaking free from the bottom of their hearts. Shaking his head vigorously, Wayne put aside all these messy things, turned over the half-drawn storyboard, and lowered his head to continue working. All aspects of the crew were waiting for him to make decisions. He also had to find time to draw storyboards, customize shooting plans, and communicate with Nina from time to time about personal financial issues. He really didn't have time to put more thoughts on how to help Nicolas Cage adjust. Seeing that he was starting to get into work again, the assistant lady gently closed the office door and left the room. Don't you think it's a bit cruel? Nina had just walked out of the corridor of the office when Naomi Watts' voice suddenly sounded beside her. Among the people who watched the performance outside the door before, there was her figure. Everyone can see how hard Nicolas Cage prepared. Even if you only look at his figure, you can know how much he has paid for this role. No, Naomi. Staring carefully at the blue eyes of the Australian actress Nina reminded her meaningfully. Everything is clear in the boss's mind. He never chooses to expose things, but when it reaches a critical point, he will choose to eliminate silently. In the boss's world, he usually only makes choices and never educates. Nicola's opportunity is in his own hands and no one can help him. Shit. Naomi Watts felt uncomfortable with her gaze. She waved her hand and said as she walked away, "You are only in the same boat with your boss. Damn it, if I'm not sure that there is nothing wrong between you and Wayne, I really doubt why there is such a great tacit understanding between you." At Warner Studios, Wayne's work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The outside world first reported the news that Nicolas Cage reported to the crew of The Dark Knight, but before the fans could be happy for a day, various rumors came out from the crew. Wayne Greenberg is not satisfied with Nicolas Cage's performance. The Dark Knight crew has not signed an actor contract with Nicolas Cage. The actor who will play the Joker is still in doubt. Various rumors spread throughout North America within 2 days. In Hollywood, the news that the Dark Knight crew will audition and select suitable actors for various roles is also like a dark tide under the calm water. Many actors are brewing a turbulent tide. Everyone wants to be a lucky person like Christian Bale. As long as they can successfully join Wayne's project, even if they can't achieve great success like Christian Bale, at least they can accumulate successful connections with him like Brandon Lee. Similar ideas are common among actors who have not yet become famous or have just gained a little fame. At this moment, in the living room of a villa in the suburbs of Los Angeles, an old white man dressed like a gentleman is sitting on the sofa looking at the young man opposite. "Charlie, I have already used up all my connections with Bruce Resembling for this audition opportunity," the white old man with white hair said to his son sternly. "Don't touch those troublesome things again. This may be your only chance to turn things around quickly." Charlie Sheen, who was curled up on the sofa, raised his head suddenly when he heard his father's words. A rare light was revealed in his slightly cloudy eyes. Of course, he had heard the buzz in the circle countless times in the past 2 days, but he didn't expect that his father actually helped him get an admission ticket. "I've already spoken to Bruce Resembling on the phone, and the crew will hold an audition the day after tomorrow." Noticing the change in his son's eyes, Martin Sheen continued, "The auditions for the main roles will be hosted by Wayne Greenberg himself, and Bruce Resembling can't help, but in order to repay my favor, he revealed a very important point. Read more comics these 2 days, and pay attention to the role of Two-Face." Two-Face. Charlie Sheen nodded slowly, while muttering to himself. Now there are not many opportunities for him to choose. Since the mid-1990s, both his personal life and his acting career have encountered a cold winter. Soliciting prostitutes, taking contraband, taking drugs, and entanglement with his ex-girlfriend Brittany Ashland have become the main themes of his life. Especially this year, his ex-girlfriend Brittany Ashland accused him of physical abuse. Charlie Sheen was sentenced to 1 year in prison by the court. In the end, with his father's connections and a large sum of money, he was given a 2-year reprieve and a fine of several $1,000s. During this period of time, he once thought that his career was completely over. The unexpected happened. His father once again took action and got him a dream ticket. Thinking of this, Charlie Sheen sat up from the sofa, straightened his upper body and said, "Dad, why is it Two-Face? I heard that the Joker. F***KY**Q. Martin Sheen wanted to do the most at this moment, to kick his greedy son who was his mud away. "Listen, Two-Face also has a pivotal position in this project, and it does not require top-level performance difficulty like the Joker. His son has some talent in acting, which he knows very well, but it is because he knows too much that he knows that he can't play a difficult role like the Joker. Facing his son who wants to eat a fat man in one bite, Martin Sheen's facial muscles are tense and his voice is full of severity. I warn you, if you want to join Wayne Greenberg's crew, stay away from things like contraband. There have been rumors in the circle that the big director has zero tolerance for contraband, and even leaf tobacco is not allowed in his crew. I will adjust my state and prepare for the audition. Charlie Sheen nodded solemnly and put away his greedy thoughts. He knew that this was his best chance to turn things around. As long as he could join Wayne Greenberg's project, he would naturally return to the mainstream audience's field of vision. After his father left, he huddled on the sofa. He subconsciously muttered, Naomi Watts, Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman, Brandon Lee, Will Smith, Christian Bale, Ralph Fiennes, Gary Oldman. Countless actors have become famous movie stars in North America and even in the world through cooperation with Wayne Greenberg, so he will never miss this opportunity. Batman: The Dark Knight is a movie that is destined to be a big hit, and it is also the best way to save his career. Charlie Sheen is different from those little actors who have not yet become famous. In the early years, relying on his father's relationship, he was once called by film critics and the media as having outstanding acting talent. Only when people have become famous and experienced the intoxicating taste will they understand how painful it is to lose everything. Chapter 457 The Bet is a week of coffee. Hollywood has never lacked stars who, under the hype of the media and the public, became inflated and lost themselves in the world of luxury, lost themselves in contraband and drug addiction. Charlie Sheen is not the first, and is far from the last. For stars who become popular as soon as they debut, and then quickly kill themselves, people usually call them fallen in the middle of the road. It is not uncommon for them to wake up and become popular again, but they are rare in this group. How did I live my life like this? Which link went wrong? Charlie Sheen asked himself this question countless times. He was once a rising star that everyone expected. He became famous at a young age. As soon as he debuted, he quickly gained a lot of fame through the connections his father had made in his early years. But then, like countless of his peers, he quickly lost himself in addiction under his inflated mentality. It was not until he was sued by his ex-girlfriend that he had time to look back on the asshole things he had done in the past 2 years. Of course, it seems too late now. His former friends didn't trust him and didn't even want to have anything to do with him. The support from his family disappeared without a trace. Most importantly, he had ruined his reputation in any medium-sized or larger production company. In fact, no producer was willing to use a troubled person who was addicted to drugs and contraband and had negative news. He had never experienced this kind of feeling in his first 20 years of life. Now even the independent film industry that he once looked down on turned around and rejected him again and again without any hesitation. No one believed that he could easily quit those things. Ding, ring, ring. Charlie Sheen's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden ringing of the phone. He smiled bitterly at the ringing phone, stretched out his hands, and rubbed his face twice, and then he picked up the phone. Hello, this is Charlie. Listen, your chance has come. The voice of his father, who had just left, came from the phone, and the tone of old Martin was still serious. I just got the news that something must have gone wrong at the location of The Dark Knight. The first round of auditions will be hosted by the casting director and producer. I will greet Bruce Ressenblum again and make preparations. I will, Dad. After the dull assurance, the phone was hung up by the other end. It was also at this moment that Charlie Sheen regained his composure from the surprise. He had made up his mind that he would hold on to this life-saving straw no matter what. Not only Charlie Sheen, there are countless actors in the circle who yearn for the crew of The Dark Knight. Even though the crew has already issued a statement through the media and the main roles have already signed contracts, most of the candidates for the auditions are in significant small roles. But there is still an endless stream of actors who want to participate in this project. Hollywood has successfully magnified people's desires. Only successful people are the ones that the circle looks up to. In the past few days, Countless agents have rushed to recommend their actor clients to the crew of The Dark Knight. There are many famous people among them. They would rather play a small role in the projects of successful people than join the bad movies. That can be seen at a glance. The incident happened quite suddenly. New York has always been very welcoming to the Hollywood crew, not to mention the influential Batman series. But this time, the other party had already agreed, but because of some unclear safety issues, it was stuck in the contract with the city government. After learning the relevant information, Wayne immediately took the camera supervisor Steve Wilson and his assistant Nina, and after a brief exchange with Warner Brothers, they boarded the flight to the Big Apple. Before leaving, Warner Brothers had received specific news that someone did not want the crew of The Dark Knight to continue shooting in the Big Apple. The public relations department of Warner Brothers was negotiating with the city government. The reason why he rushed over was to determine the outcome of the matter as soon as possible. The purpose of bringing the photography supervisor was simple: to survey the location where the real scene shooting was required and to see if a similar city could be found as a substitute if an unexpected situation really occurred. In fact, the distant city shots of the film, as well as the panoramic shots of Gotham, all need to be formed through models made by the Industrial Light and Magic special effects team, as well as CGI special effects. The difficulty is to make the audience feel involved. Those close-up city shots that have appeared in the first film must not be easily replaced. Although Wayne flew to New York, the audition work of the crew will not stop. Before leaving, he has handed over the specific work to the assistant director Gilmore, the producer Charles Roven and the casting director Schwartz. They will select most of the actors needed by the crew during the few days when he is away. Only the two more important roles will be decided after Wayne finishes dealing with the things over there. This situation has given many agents and actors opportunities. Just after the actual controller of the crew left Los Angeles, the three current heads of the crew have become the hotcakes in the eyes of countless people. As long as you do some research carefully, you can find that Wayne is not actually a power beast. In the state of trusting his team, he never minds delegating some power to let them help him complete the work. Perhaps the casting director and assistant director of the main roles do not have the final say, but they can definitely make direct decisions on those insignificant minor roles. Since the auditions officially began, the number of people entering and leaving Warner Studios has increased significantly in the past few days. The main actors who are training in the studio and have already confirmed their participation have regarded watching the different participants who have come to the audition as a pastime during their breaks. Naomi, who do you think has the best chance of getting the role of Two-Face? In the rest area in a corner of the studio, Michael Caine began to gossip in a rather disrespectful manner and teased Christian Bale and Naomi Watts, who were wearing a full set of Batman gear. How about making a bet? I think Matthew McConaughey will definitely be the final winner. The bet is a week's worth of coffee. How about it? Christian Bale reached out and knocked on his armor twice, tilting his head to look at his butler. Everyone in the crew, 1 week of coffee. I bet that the final winner is not Matthew McConaughey. Before Michael Caine could respond, Naomi Watts, with a pretentious expression of disappointment, reached out and knocked on Batman's armor. Damn it, this is a bet between you and Mike. Don't involve me. She turned her head and looked at Michael Caine, who was smug and did not hesitate to reveal the source of his confidence. Don't think I don't know that Matthew McConaughey was recommended by Steven Spielberg. He has passed the initial audition. The DreamWorks boss will definitely say hello to Wayne in the end. Hearing Naomi Watts' words, Christian Bale smiled bitterly and shrugged, but did not regret the bet he had just made. He is no longer the poor boy who just came to Hollywood and needs to rent a house. In some ways, he is already one of the successful people. So he didn't care about winning or losing the small bet. As long as he could have some fun during the boring training before the shooting, he wouldn't care about the money at all. Hey, guys. Michael Caine also knew this and immediately shouted to the busy staff around him. Wait, guys, our Batman is going to treat everyone to a week's worth of coffee. Thank you, Chris. Chris, make more bets like this. Believe me, Wayne would be very happy to see you saving money for him, which is already not much. Amid the booing of the surrounding staff, Gary Oldman came over and teased. Mike, don't be too happy too soon. Maybe you will be the one treating everyone in the end. Michael Caine blinked and said in a strange voice, "Believe me, then you have to pray to God. Pray that Matthew McConaughey will perform poorly in the audition when facing Wayne's icy face." Everyone knew what he meant. As long as Matthew McConaughey did not make a catastrophic mistake in the final audition, his chances of getting the role would be much greater than others. It was because of Steven Spielberg. Since the good guy made the recommendation, he must have said hello to Wayne in advance. Normally, if the acting skills are not much different, even if someone performs better than Matthew McConaughey, Wayne will most likely choose the favor. This has always been the rule in this circle. As we all know, Steven Spielberg and Wayne have a very good friendship. The reason why DreamWorks distribution business was handed over to Warner Brothers was also because Wayne was the one who pulled the strings. Putting these aside, for the sake of the Academy Awards early next year, Wayne would not have rejected the good guy at this time. A small favor was brought to the front, and smart people should know how to choose. What is that? Strange. Why did she come here? As people came and went in the studio, in addition to the agents in suits and leather shoes, there were actors who came to audition. Christian Bale had been listening to everyone chatting and relaxing, and suddenly found a special actor, but suddenly stopped halfway through. He immediately looked at the Australian actress next to him. After noticing the new actor, the others also turned their eyes to Naomi Watts. It was not until they found that her face did not change that they looked at each other secretly and shook their heads. "Naomi, do you want me to tell Guillermo to reject her audition?" Christian Bale asked in a low voice. Although there are some minor conflicts in the crew, the main members get along very well. Naturally, he does not want other unstable factors to appear. "Forget it. Which actor the crew uses has nothing to do with us. Let her be." Naomi Watts shook her head, as if she had no other ideas at all. Chapter 458, Passing the Buck. The core members of the Dark Knight crew all know that the reason why the crew atmosphere is so harmonious now is that everyone has a close relationship with Wayne, and there is no major conflict of interest between the main actors. No one is willing to deliberately make trouble and get themselves out of this small circle. More importantly, there is only one female lead in the crew who is important enough, and that is Naomi Watts. As long as you have been to a few more crews in Hollywood, you will understand that if there are more than 2 female actors, there will definitely be endless quarrels. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and Naomi Watts took a deep look at the woman's back, turned around and left the rest area, and continued to practice her performance. There was a knock on the casting director's office door. When Schwartz looked up, he was speechless. He warmly asked the other party to sit down and asked, "Come on, Harry, what do you want to talk to me about?" Sitting on the sofa, Hallberry took a sip of coffee and said directly, "My schedule is very empty during this period. Jimmy suggested that I come here to see if there is a role suitable for me." Hearing this, Schwartz frowned slightly. In his opinion, this is a troublesome matter. As long as they are old in the crew, they generally know the relationship between Hallberry and Wayne. Although they have been disconnected for a time, since Wayne personally helped each other, this woman has joined Jimmy's agency. Even a fool knows who is the boss behind Jimmy's agency, so it is hard for anyone to guess whether this woman has any relationship with his boss, right? After thinking carefully for more than 10 seconds, Schwartz shook his head and said, "There is indeed no role suitable for you in The Dark Knight, but as far as I know, there is one in The Matrix, and Will Smith's wife Jada Smith has been confirmed." Harry, Will has already informed Zach in advance. Unless you can ask the boss to personally inform Zach, otherwise. While saying this, Schwartz said sorry to Zack Snyder in his heart. On the one hand, there is indeed no role suitable for him in the crew of The Dark Knight. Even if there is, he is unwilling to make a decision. Otherwise, once Naomi Watts and the other party quarrel during the filming, it will be a headache. As for whether Hallberry can get the role in the crew of The Matrix, and whether she will quarrel with Charlize Theron after getting it, that is not his concern. "Okay, thank you." Hallberry did not entangle, nodded, opened the door, and left the office. Since she joined Jimmy's agency, although she had few opportunities to play big roles, she had played quite a few African American supporting roles in projects produced by Warner Brothers, so she basically had no shortage of roles to play. She knew very well that, if she wanted to continue to make her career further, she must have the opportunity to play the leading role, but there were not many such opportunities in the entire circle, and even Jimmy was powerless. There was another possibility. In Hallberry's mind, the other way was very simple, that is, to return to the demon who liked to ravage her body, and try hard to please him. Maybe he would personally create such an opportunity for her. Just like she was afraid of Wayne Greenberg, she was also one of the women who knew him best. She knew that, as long as the man wanted to do it, it would not be difficult to make herself a big star, just like making Naomi Watts famous. The Matrix? There's nothing to lose by trying, right? Muttering to herself, Hallberry walked out of the studio belonging to the Dark Knight, and turned to look at another studio deep in the studio. Perhaps because The Dark Knight was too popular, the news that The Matrix had started its preparatory work did not cause much stir in the industry. It was just that Zack Snyder enjoyed an undisturbed working environment, and wanted to avoid the media, and start filming quietly. Unlike the audition for The Dark Knight, which was so loud, Zack Snyder and Hector Henry were very low-key. They only invited specific actors, and prepared to quickly complete all the preparatory work, and then fly to Australia for the long second and third filming. In the eyes of the public and the media, the investment of more than $160 million in The Dark Knight was already a terrifying sky-high price. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the investment in the last two parts of The Matrix far exceeded this figure, reaching an astonishing $240 million. Since the film chose the filming mode, a large part of the cost was saved. Otherwise, according to Zack Snyder's estimate, the production cost of a single film would never be less than $150 million. At this moment, he was working hard, and he didn't know that a ball that Schwartz felt troubled had been kicked to his side. After Wayne arrived in New York, he did not immediately contact the city government of the Big Apple. Instead, he asked the public relations department of Warner Brothers to follow up, and called a Jewish insider. Later, he met with Saul Feinstein at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where he was staying. In less than 2 days, the city government changed its tone again and successfully reached an agreement with Warner Brothers, expressing its welcome to the Dark Knight crew to come and shoot. No one knew how the matter was resolved. Only Steve Wilson, who was with Wayne, probably guessed a little bit about the price they paid, or the price that Warner Brothers would pay in the future. 3 days later, when Wayne and his entourage boarded the flight back to Los Angeles, he was still thinking about what the insider said. Someone paid a great price and didn't want you to shoot in the Big Apple. Kid, think about it. If Dark Knight is not shot in New York, where will it go? Chicago. When this question was asked to Nina, this smart woman gave an answer immediately. Boss, if the film cannot be shot in New York, the first choice of the crew will become Chicago. Don't worry, the fox's tail will be exposed sooner or later. Wayne also guessed the answer, but he couldn't figure out the purpose of the other parties doing so. The thing in front of him now is to quickly confirm all the actors, and start shooting the film materials as soon as possible. Other things have to be put on hold. I believe that, if it weren't for the publicity promises made by Warner Brothers during the election, the Jewish politician probably wouldn't tell him this information even if he helped. After running around in New York for 2 consecutive days and surveying the shooting site, Wayne's face showed an unconcealable fatigue, but he had no time to rest. On the afternoon of the day he returned to Los Angeles, he rushed directly from the airport to Warner Studios to prepare for the audition the next day. I have informed Nicolas Cage that he will come with his agent before 10 AM tomorrow. Since entering the studio, Guillermo has been by his side, constantly reporting the results of the auditions over the past few days. The unimportant minor actors have been decided, and the final candidates are almost all approved by Guillermo, Schwartz and Charles Roven. There is no controversy on this point. The remaining 2 roles with the most scenes are the important roles that Wayne needs to watch in person before making a decision based on their performance. One is the Joker, whose details are still known, and the other is Two-Face. We are optimistic about 2 candidates, Matthew McConaughey and Charlie Sheen. Who do you think is better? Back in the office, Wayne lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and asked casually, I remember Matthew McConaughey. I remember seeing this actor at the premiere of A Time to Kill before. Yes, He starred in that A Time to Kill. Guillermo nodded. He was recommended by Steven Spielberg. His acting skills and image are not a problem. I prefer to use him. As for Charlie Sheen, the bearded Mexican paused for a moment, thinking about the other party's information, and continued. His father is Martin Sheen, and he seems to have some friendship with Bruce Rosenblum. Bruce also personally greeted him. His acting skills and image are fine, but there have been rumors in the circle that he is addicted to drugs and contraband. In fact, if it weren't for Bruce Rosenblum's face, Gilmore would never say it so tactfully. He specifically inquired about Charlie Sheen's life and acting career. The other party's life and acting career are simply a mess, far more than just taking contraband. Even if no one is willing to reveal it, he knows that there are many people in the circle who take those things, and Charlie Sheen is not the only one. That guy is like many fallen stars. As long as he can do something that can kill him, he has tried it once. Now no company or crew is willing to use him. I see. In this regard, Wayne still trusts the judgment of his assistant director. Even if he only considers his friendship with Spielberg, he prefers to use Matthew McConaughey. After listening to the report on the audition work in the past 2 days, he got up and left the office and came to the corner occupied by the props team again, observing the props they have prepared. The bat armor here is actually a little different from the first one. It is a foreshadowing he deliberately arranged. It has an unusual meaning for the development of other movies after Batman. Chris has tried it on, right? Touching the Kevlar armor painted in black, Wayne turned to ask the prop supervisor Wixhart. We don't have much time left. After all the actors are in place, they will immediately fly to New York to start filming and adjust these important props as soon as possible. No problem, boss. Wixhart patted his chest twice and confidently assured. The props team will definitely make all the preparations, and there won't be any problems that will delay the filming. While the two were discussing the props, the casting director, Schwartz, looked at them from the other side of the studio with a troubled look on his face. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly let out a long sigh, as if he had let go of a burden, and walked towards Wayne. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The Clown Being Targeted by Everyone. Hey, boss, can we talk alone? When Schwartz saw that Wayne and the prop supervisor had finished their conversation, he shrugged apologetically to the prop leader as usual, saying, Wex, I need to borrow the boss for a while, you know. Glancing at the casting director in confusion, Wayne put down the bat emblem in his hand, shook his head gently at Nina, motioned that she didn't need to follow, and took the lead to walk towards his office. While walking behind, Schwartz raised his wrist to check the time. It was less than 20 minutes before the end of the work. If there were some things he wanted to say, there was no time to waste. He took 2 quick steps to catch up with Wayne in front of him, stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door of the director's office, while pretending to be relaxed and asked, how is it in New York? I heard that there was no major accident, right? Maybe you are too nervous, boss. Even if you don't rush over, Warner Brothers will handle everything. With a click sound of lighter, Wayne sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette, leaned back and relaxed, took a deep puff, and with green mist coming out of his nostrils, he shook his head and said, the reason why Steven Spielberg can thrive in the circle and even created DreamWorks to overturn the old order of Hollywood is because he is cautious enough. No one can tell how many people want to see him unlucky. In fact, this also applies to me. I don't know how many people in the circle want to see me unlucky, and even inside Warner Brothers, not everyone likes me, so at this critical juncture, I must be cautious. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? It's not that Wayne's nerves are too tense and sensitive, it's just that this year is too important to him. Not to mention the Oscars, that will be coming soon. He has made this year's summer movie season a mess. In the end, the only big winner is Warner Brothers. I'm afraid that everyone in the industry knows how many eyes are staring at him, waiting for him to reveal his flaws. After this summer movie season, any attack against him in the future will not be an open conspiracy within the rules. Once the capital, that has lost its interests, takes action, it will definitely be a silent and thunderous means. It will be absolutely difficult to find any clues afterwards, and Warner Brothers will not have any chance to counterattack. Okay. Facing Wayne, who was relaxed and curled up on the sofa, smoking and enjoying himself, Schwartz's smile was instantly put away. He took out a wrapped file bag from his white vest and threw it on the small table beside him with a pop. When throwing out the file bag, a relaxed expression appeared on his face, as if he was throwing out a big burden. "Boss, someone gave me this thing." "Well, okay, and 2 Mexican models from the club." "Ha." Wayne was obviously stunned. He did not show the rage that Schwartz worried about, or return to his business-like icy face. Instead, he smiled strangely, put the cigarette in his mouth, reached out and picked up the file bag on the table, and found that it was not as heavy as he imagined. "How much is in it?" "You know, Schwartz and others are the core members of his crew. The remuneration they receive is considered upper middle class in the circle. Normally, it is definitely higher than the so-called middle class. It is not easy to impress the casting director. 100,000. At this time, Schwartz lowered his head slightly, like a criminal waiting for sentencing. He knew very well that, if he told everything, he might be punished, but it was highly likely that he would not be replaced inexplicably. If he waited until it was discovered, maybe the other party would not turn against him in person, but based on his understanding of this young director over the years, accepting these things would definitely cross the line, and he would be eliminated from the other party's core creative team without a sound. "How are the skills of the 2 Mexican models?" Wayne squinted at the casting director beside him, with a smile on his face. He threw the envelope containing the check on the table and teased, "It seems that their skills are not up to standard, otherwise you wouldn't have such a dissatisfied expression." "No, Wayne, I'll start." "Okay, give me a chance to explain." Schwartz pointed to the file bag. "I never thought of accepting these things. You know, to be honest, this is the first time I have received such a large sum of money. I was quite moved. I struggled with my thoughts for a whole night. It's quite embarrassing to say it, right? In fact, I can take this money with peace of mind, as long as I find a way to influence your judgment, say more bad things about Nicolas Cage, and push your doubts about the role of the Joker. I originally wanted to return the things, or confess to you before work tomorrow morning, but I was afraid that I would change my mind after a night, so." He shrugged his shoulders when he said this. Schwartz knew very well in his heart that it was understandable that he used his power in the crew to get some enjoyment. That all men understand. The same situation exists in every crew, and Wayne would only turn a blind eye to it. However, because of a sum of money, the director's normal judgment was affected, and then the normal work was affected. The other party would never tolerate this. No, it's not shameful, it's human nature. Wayne tapped the table with one finger and suddenly asked, "Whose agent gave you this thing, and how?" "Okay, I don't care about the rest. Tell me who wants to get the role of the Joker?" "Adrian Broder's agent." Without any hesitation, Schwartz directly said a name. "It's not just them who are eyeing the role of the Joker. There are also Paul Bettany's agent and Robin Williams' agent. Everyone knows that this role is a hot commodity. As long as the crew doesn't sign a contract with Nicolas Cage, they have a chance to fight for it. In this circle, if you want to get a ticket to success, you can compete regardless of the means, which has never been a derogatory term. I didn't expect that even Robin Williams wants to join in the fun." When Wayne heard the names of the people mentioned by the other party, he couldn't help but laugh. Those young people with conditions had good reasons to be eyeing it, but who would have thought that the middle-aged generation who had been famous for many years also had their eyes on this role. Robin Williams, in his impression, starred in many successful films, such as Dead Poets Society in 1990, Jumanji and Mrs. Doubtfire in the first 2 years, all of which have very good results. This male star with a bright future will continue to star in box office bombs after the turn of the century, and his popularity has soared. Unfortunately, in his impression, it seems that he committed suicide in his apartment at the end. Listen, regarding the selection of the Joker, it depends on the state of Nicolas Cage tomorrow. Maybe they will really have a chance to audition. With his hands crossed on the table, Wayne squinted his eyes, and there was no harsh emotion in his tone. He said, "The money is with you. You can decide how to deal with it yourself. Be careful not to leave any tail, but I don't want similar things to happen again. Thanks, boss, I promise." Knowing that he had passed this level, Schwartz smiled with relief and stuffed the file bag back into his body without hesitation. This money is likely to become a welfare for the crew, such as inviting everyone to go to the bar together on the day off, or have a big meal. Just as he was about to end the conversation and get up to leave the office, to pack up and go home, he suddenly hesitated and said, "Those two Mexican girls have good skills, but, boss, they were arranged by Matthew McConaughey's agent." "I know, shit." After Schwartz left the office, Wayne recalled all the compliments that Guillermo had given to Matthew McConaughey after he came back, and now he seriously suspected that the Mexican bearded assistant director had also received a sweet bomb. He frowned, and his heart was already leaning towards Matthew McConaughey, but he was pulled back by vigilance again. No matter what, everything depends on tomorrow's performance. After the short work was over, the staff in the studio began to put down their work and left the studio one by one. Wayne was followed by Nina and Naomi Watts, standing at the door of the studio waiting for Serge's tram. The assistant took the time to report in a low voice about the work arrangements of Greenberg Studio. The startup capital of the Matrix, $35 million, has been transferred to the account of a third-party insurance company. It should be enough in a short period of time. Australia has a very high tax refund amount, which will save a large part of the project's expenses. What about advertising placement? This is what he is more concerned about. Since The Matrix is a series of 2 films, Warner Bros. Has already started overseas pre-sales when the film was just beginning to be prepared. It can be said that the production cost of this film does not require too much investment from both parties. Some people will pay in advance after the filming starts. At the same time, Warner Bros. Has also contacted mobile phone operators and has been discussing the placement of slider phones. It can be said that they have already started to make profits before the filming of the movie has started. The distribution department of Warner Bros. Is negotiating with Nokia and Motorola respectively. Nina flipped open her work record book and took a look, then looked up and said, "The income from this will not be less than $25 million. Now it depends on which company is willing to offer better conditions." Seeing that her boss did not say anything, the assistant continued, "For the first box office sharing of The Departed, the North American theater company has called the distribution department of Warner Brothers. They have already spoken to me on the phone and said that Colin can lead the accounting team at any time." And just as Nina was about to continue, she suddenly realized that Wayne was not listening carefully, but was staring at the left side of the studio in a daze. She followed his gaze and then burst into laughter. It turned out that a sexy girl was walking and talking with a man dressed as an agent. The woman did not look like a star in North America, but even at a close distance, one could still notice the other's bomb-like sexy figure. Chapter 460. Are you sure he has this habit? Exclamation mark. Honey, doesn't that chick look hot? Following Wayne's gaze, not only Nina, but Naomi Watts also spotted the woman not far away. "The bus is here, let's go." Wayne, who was thick-skinned enough, skipped the topic and took the lead to walk towards the tram driven by Sergey. He shook his head and shook off the shadow of the woman just now. They had just got on the tram and drove towards the entrance of the studio. 2 people not far from the studio also spotted their figures at the same time. The agent, who was dressed in a well-fitting suit, suddenly whistled, looked at the beauty beside him, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that's Wayne Greenberg, Monica. It's easy to stay in Hollywood. Find a chance to get to know him. This is a very useful shortcut." Monica Biloxi heard the agent's teasing and stared at the back of the tram that was leaving quickly, as if she was seriously considering the shortcut the agent mentioned. Then she shook her head again. It was too difficult to get close to the other party. "Remind you, Monica." The agent seemed to suddenly remember something, put away the other expressions on his face, and said seriously, "We are now auditioning for The Matrix. Wayne Greenberg is not only one of the producers and screenwriters, but also an investor in the film. To be more precise, he is one of the bosses and can easily decide many things that seem extremely difficult to us. They both understand that this is Hollywood, not Italy. If they want to stay, they must make more efforts. Even if Monica Bellucci has already become quite famous, it is useless to put her here. Just like if she wants to join the crew of The Matrix, she still has to audition like a newcomer. This is already Monica Bellucci's second time in Hollywood. Of course, she is unwilling to leave this world's film factory. There are more opportunities here, but it also means more intense competition. Beautiful girls from all over the world are constantly running to the City of Angels to pursue their dreams, but only a small number of them can survive in this center of fame and fortune. Alan, I need you to help me create an opportunity. After taking another look at the tram that had disappeared, Monica Bellucci turned back to look into her agent's eyes and said, an opportunity to meet Wayne Greenberg will at least be of great help to the audition we are attending, right? That's not impossible. Agent Alan Wilson crossed his arms in front of his chest, stroking his chin with one hand, slowly considering the feasibility of the matter. I haven't heard that he will participate in any activities of Warner Brothers recently, but if you want to meet him, you have to do it as soon as possible. The crew of The Dark Knight may fly to New York at any time to start filming the movie. What do I need to do? Monica Bellucci frowned. Do you want me to go over and say to him, hey, Mr. Greenberg, I need you to help me get a role. Can you say hello to Zack Snyder? That's not impossible. The agent rolled his eyes, feeling that it would be more comfortable to just go over and say hello than to go through so much trouble to get close to the other party. He didn't want to know what price his clients would pay in exchange for their promises. According to rumors in the industry, Wayne Greenberg would accept almost any beautiful woman who came to him, provided that she was beautiful enough. It was said that this man's aesthetic taste was different from that of the general public, so it might not be impossible to start from this aspect. Suddenly, he remembered some previous reports and said hesitantly, Monica, I've heard some rumors. If you are willing to try, maybe you can. As his voice gradually lowered, some gossip about women began to reach Monica Bellucci's ears. Are you sure he has this fetish? Maybe, who knows? The agent shrugged. At least that's what the industry says, Monica. Facts often prove that 90% of the rumors in the industry are true until the end. I understand. Wayne, who left, didn't know that the beautiful woman he had been observing just now was also targeting him. At this moment, the car was speeding towards Beverly. The spacious compartment behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom provided very convenient conditions for working on the way. At this time, Nina was on the table in the middle, fiddling with some information, constantly pointing it out to her boss and explaining it. The current North American total box office of The Departed is $156 million. The share of the theater alliance to Warner Brothers is the box office share of the previous month. $65 million has been transferred to Warner Brothers account. The subsequent part will be divided several times and divided within the time specified in the contract. There is still a lot of overseas part to wait. While listening to the assistant's explanation, Wayne nodded slowly. The share of overseas box office has never been obtained in a short time. Since information communication is not as fast as it will be in a dozen years, from statistics to calculations, etc., it is a very complicated job. Moreover, the share ratios of each region are still very different. The problems involved will make normal people feel headache. This is also one of the reasons why the 6 companies have always had perfect global distribution channels. Not to mention the share of overseas box office. Even the share of North American box office is also an extremely complicated and difficult to calculate task. If the distribution company wants to do something tricky, as long as they want, they can hardly find out clearly. Fortunately, because there are only 2 major investors in The Departed, and he has never relaxed his supervision on accounting issues, Warner Brothers is unlikely to cheat him, so the problems to be faced in this regard are relatively simple. The theater company has deposited the first share of $65 million into the account of Warner Brothers responsible for distributing The Departed. It seems that this money is not a small amount, but this money is not the final income of investors. Hollywood has perfect rules, and everything will share this profit according to the rules. The first thing to bear the brunt is the distribution. Warner Brothers' distribution department will give priority to deducting 15% of the lowest standard distribution fee in the circle, which is about $9.75 million US. Then, after deducting the publicity funds paid in advance, it will be about $19 million US. At this point, Warner Brothers has actually taken a small half of the first share of funds, but the subsequent theater share will not involve the advanced distribution, promotion and marketing and public relations. This is why the distribution company is always at the upstream of the industry chain and is always invincible. The remaining $36.25 million, minus the $28.75 million that Warner Brothers took first, is the gross profit of the producer's share this time. According to the normal process, the remaining $36.25 million will be deposited into the studio jointly established by both parties after the accountants of both parties have checked it, but this money is not considered the investor's income. It should be noted that it will also involve the final salary of some members of the crew, which can be said to be not much, but Wayne's personal box office share is the big one, because the contract he signed originally stipulated that 20% of the global box office, calculated based on the first share of $65 million, he will take $13 million of it. The remaining $23.25 million is the income of both parties who invested in the film. It seems that this money is not much, but in fact, this is still the case when Warner Brothers does not do accounting. Of course, the calculation rules are not that simple and involve all aspects of the problem. This is just a rough process. In the future, the box office revenue collected by Warner Brothers will probably follow this process, except that the paid publicity and promotion expenses will no longer be deducted. Therefore, Hollywood's box office profits have been decreasing over time. In fact, the bulk of the profits come from peripheral sales, as well as the full channel copyright operation and sales after the film is off the shelves, and the indispensable videotape rental sales. The costs of the above profit channels are very low, and almost all of the profits can be obtained are pure profits. Putting the box office profit figures into one of them, it is actually nothing. Wayne knows very well that how much money this film can make in the end depends on how it gets at the Oscars. If everything goes well, and it can get more than one of the more important little golden men, the Theater Alliance and Warner Brothers will definitely let the film return to the theater again, and make a lot of money by taking advantage of the marketing effect of the Oscars. With the bonus of the Oscar Little Golden Man, it also has a huge bonus effect on the copyright sales after the film is completely off the shelves. For example, the prices of the first and second rounds of TV premiere rights will increase significantly. Honey, if the videotape market is not doing well one day, will the production companies continue to invest heavily in filming movies, like they do now? Listening to Nina constantly explaining the process of dividing the spoils to Wayne, Naomi Watts suddenly thought of this question. As we all know, production companies have been constantly increasing production costs, which have even reached hundreds of millions in the past 2 years. The biggest confidence they have is the terrifying income of the videotape market. Blockbuster stores have also been rapidly expanding in North America in recent years, and the profits generated are far higher than the box office profits of a hit movie. Don't worry, Naomi, the investment of production companies in movies will only increase in the future. Wayne is not worried about this at all. Videotapes will indeed be eliminated by the times, but DVDs, which are cheaper and almost negligible, will replace and surpass videotapes as a communication medium, and once again save the marketing revenue of Hollywood movie companies. Before the emergence of streaming media, DVDs have always been the biggest source of profit for all companies, completely surpassing the current proportion of revenue brought by videotapes. Streaming, shit, nay what's wrong, honey? Hearing Wayne's gradually sinking muttering, and then immediately tensing up his whole body, Naomi Watts and Nina looked at him in surprise. F***K. Naomi, I'm sure now, you are my destined lucky star. Under the surprised gaze of the two women, Wayne pulled the Australian actress into his arms, and kissed her hard on the cheek. Chapter 461. This kid must have gone through a lot of practice and preparation. Compared to Wayne, who would often mutter inexplicably to himself those terms that no one could understand, Nina and Naomi Watts beside him had obviously already adapted to similar emergencies. Geniuses always have some quirks, don't they? The sun rises and sets in the bustling Los Angeles. After a night at the gate of Warner Studios the next day, as if by tacit agreement, various media reporters began to appear one after another. The sensitivity of these people and the so-called gossip told them that the Joker would appear in the crew again today. The actor who plays a role of the Joker is definitely a hot topic in the market now. Not only are fans discussing and speculating, but many media have also launched similar interactive columns to speculate who will eventually get one of the most important roles in Batman Second. In the studio, the staff are still busy with their work, and the actors who have been confirmed are also doing their own training and preparations. However, everyone's mind today is obviously a little less focused, and their eyes have been glancing at the audition room. There are still 2 important roles in the crew that have not been determined. They don't care who will play Two-Face. People are more concerned about whether the actor who plays the Joker can be determined in the next 2 days. If Nicolas Cage's final performance still cannot win Wayne's nod, it means that there is a high probability that the start of filming will be delayed, which is definitely not good news. What are you doing again? Do you need help with peeing? Hello. At this time, in the temporary audition room, Matthew McConaughey was performing with his co-star Schwartz, and the assistant director sat behind the table and continued to read the prepared lines. Dent, got, are you still alive? Half dead. Matthew McConaughey suddenly pulled out a prop gun from his waist and pointed it at the assistant director behind the table. Wells, who is responsible for escorting Rachel. Although he was concentrating on the performance, he also knew clearly that only if his performance reached a certain standard could he impress the director and producer who had been shrinking in the back of the audition room. But at this critical moment, he was still a little worried and glanced in that direction with his peripheral vision. The performance was still going on. Wayne crossed his hands on the table and watched with a frown in silence. Charles Roven, who was standing next to him, was also staring at the monitor that had been temporarily set up. Matthew McConaughey's little move just now also made the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. What do you think? The producer turned around and found that his partner had already relaxed his upper body and leaned back on the chair, with smoke coming out of his nostrils. Wayne shook his head slightly, lowered his voice, and said, there is basically no big problem with his acting skills, and his image is not bad. I will think about it. At this time, Schwartz in front had finished understanding the auditioning actors and turned around to look at them, wanting to see if the 2 of them had any other questions to ask. He put himself in a very correct position and understood who was in charge here today. His opinions could only be used as a reference at most and would not play a decisive role. He simply did not make any suggestions and was only responsible for hosting the audition of the actors, leaving the rest to the 2 behind. Wayne's fingers holding the cigarette knocked on the table twice, not lightly or heavily, indicating that there were no problems on his side, and it was time to end. Mr. McConaughey, thank you for coming to this audition. The crew will notify your agent of the specific results within 3 days after the audition. Okay. Matthew McConaughey's eyes were also always on Wayne's direction. After nodding and agreeing, he found that the director and the producer had no special reaction, and his heart began to sink slowly. When he opened the door of the audition room and walked out of the room, the figure of the agent immediately appeared. He followed him to the dressing room, observed the surroundings, and whispered, how do you feel? Is the chance big? It's hard to say. Recalling his performance throughout the short audition, Matthew McConaughey said helplessly. Wayne Greenberg and Charles Roven didn't say a word in the middle. The whole process was hosted by the assistant director Schwartz, and he was acting with me. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. The agent heard that Schwartz was the host and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In this project, his client can be said to be the one with the greatest advantage. As far as he knows, Steven Spielberg's recommendation, coupled with his own little tricks, can completely affect the director's casting balance. Just as the 2 walked to the dressing room, ready to remove their makeup and leave the studio, they came across a pair of the same combination. The 4 people looked at each other and observed each other briefly. The 2 male actors nodded slightly and then passed by. They all knew that they were the main competitors for this role. Charlie Sheen, I heard that he barely got the opportunity to audition because of Vold Martin's connections. The agent and Matthew McConaughey did not look back, and the agent's tone was full of disdain. "Don't worry, Matthew, he poses no threat to you. As we all know, Wayne Greenberg's crew is almost drug-free, and he himself hates those junks so much that he won't let such a troublemaker join the crew. Who can say for sure?" Matthew McConaughey was still a little worried. He knew that his audition performance was at most average, and there was nothing particularly amazing. Now everything depends on the other party's performance. This feeling of being suspended in the air makes people very uneasy. Don't forget, the media once hyped that Wayne Greenberg's crew was a gambling den. Who can say for sure about such a rubbish? Are you sure that he has never touched those things as reported by the media? In this circle, what kind of celebrities and bigwigs are like in private? Matthew McConaughey is too clear. It is basically impossible to stay out of it, and it is even more impossible for people with greater power and higher status in the circle, because the various temptations they face are far more than ordinary middle and low level people. Don't think about Matthew McConaughey's problem. At the door of the audition room, the agent was nervously giving instructions to his client, fearing that he would be affected by the strong competitor he just met, and the audition that was about to begin. "Charlie, you have to understand that this is your best chance to turn things around. Don't worry." Clenching his fists tightly, Charlie Sheen adjusted his breathing and pushed open the door of the audition room. Just like the audition he had just completed, after a simple question and answer session, Schwartz handed a short page of script to Charlie Sheen. After he got familiar with it for a few minutes, he helped with the play again and went through the process. In fact, this bar scene was not difficult. What Wayne wanted to see was the actor's state. As long as the character image was good and the basic acting skills were not a problem, it didn't matter whether the role was given to Matthew McConaughey or Charlie Sheen. However, when the performance began, the actor standing in the middle of the audition room immediately attracted his attention. It was not because of anything else, but because the other party entered the role too quickly. With almost no preparation time, Charlie Sheen can be said to have switched into the role instantly. The most important thing is emotion. This actor is very good at using his eyes and small movements on his facial expressions to make people believe that half of his face is burned at this moment. This kid must have gone through a lot of practice and preparation. Charles Roven stared at the picture collected from the camera. In the temporary monitor, all the subtle expressions of Charlie Sheen were only half of his face moving, and from his eyes with dark circles, he could clearly convey the repressed and angry emotions. Originally, the producer wanted to talk about his own suggestions, but when he thought of the troubles of the actor and his partner's disgust with contraband, he finally chose to shut up. Charlie Sheen, right? Very rarely, when the performance just came to an end, before the assistant director who hosted the audition asked, Wayne, who was sitting in the back, suddenly spoke up. "It can be seen that you are well prepared for this role." The moment Charlie Sheen heard Wayne speak, he wanted to wave his fists and cheer. He tried hard to suppress his restless heart. After a long breath, he nodded calmly and said, "Yes, Mr. Greenberg, I have read almost all the comics about Two-Face in the past few days. I kept adjusting my performance in front of the mirror, trying to integrate myself into the character." "Very good." Wayne gently scratched the stubble on his chin with one hand. While thinking, he said in a stern tone, "You should have heard that if you want to join my project, you have to sign an anti-drug clause. This, of course, Mr. Greenberg, I promise I can do it." Without waiting for Wayne to finish his words, Charlie Sheen immediately began to express his opinion. This opportunity was too important to him. If there was any chance of increasing his chances of getting the role, he would try it without hesitation. Well, that's it. Wayne is no longer in the same position as he was a few years ago. He is not afraid of these actors doing something weird. At most, everything is settled in the contract. The crew's anti-drug clause has strict regulations. As long as these actors affect the normal filming of the crew, because of similar things, the subsequent remuneration will almost be equivalent to flying away. After the audition room returned to calm again, he used a pen to tick Charlie Sheen's resume and turned to look at the producer beside him. "Let's choose him. When you discuss the contract with Charlie Sheen's agent later, emphasize the anti-drug clause." After a pause, he instructed again, "Lower his salary." "No problem." Charles Roven shrugged and whistled softly. Don't worry, this is my specialty. I can see that this kid needs this opportunity to prove himself. The salary will not be the main factor affecting the negotiation. Chapter 462 Blurred background makes creation easier. As the casting director, Schwartz heard their discussion throughout the process. Others may not understand why Wayne chose the troublesome Charlie Sheen, but he was able to figure out the reason. Based on his understanding of Wayne in recent years, if Charlie Sheen, who auditioned later, performed similarly to Matthew McConaughey, then Two-Face would most likely belong to the latter, but now everything is different. Perhaps in the minds of Matthew McConaughey and his agent, they would feel that they can bring more benefits to the crew and Wayne. It is very simple, just to win a small favor from Spielberg, and there is nothing wrong with making such a choice. But they would never have thought that Wayne's thinking mode is somewhat different from that of normal people. In the case of preconceived ideas, whether to use Matthew McConaughey or not depends only on the difficulty of replacing him. While waiting, Charles Roven talked about the planning of DC movies. He was very curious about this aspect, but the DC screenwriter department of Warner Bros. Had a strict confidentiality system. Every screenwriter in it had signed a costly confidentiality agreement. For such a long time, almost no news about this aspect was leaked. You know, Wayne. The producer raised his eyebrows to his partner beside him, pretending to be serious, and said, I have been a DC comic fan since I was a child. I have imagined myself becoming Superman Clark Kent countless times. When are you going to start making Superman? It's difficult. Wayne had nothing to hide about this aspect, and said directly, with the current special effects cost, if Superman is made in the next 1 or 2 years, the investment will not be less than $200 million. Moreover, Superman's ability is too powerful, and it is too difficult to balance his combat power with other characters. I need enough preparation. It is not an exaggeration to say that Superman Clark Kent is the most popular superhero. Of course, he thought about making it earlier. For ordinary movie fans with feelings, Superman is a surefire killer. In fact, he knew that, as long as Superman appeared on the big screen, no matter how good the film was, countless fans around the world would rush to buy it, just because his name was Clark Kent. But now Warner Bros. Has embarked on the right path, and there is no need to do such quick success and quick profit. Moreover, considering the whole story, it is not suitable for Superman to appear too early. Otherwise, even if it is a carrier like a dream machine like a movie, it will not be able to balance the abilities of various characters well. Yeah, it's too difficult. Charles Roden nodded involuntarily. As long as he thought about it, he knew that Superman was an absolute big bug compared to other heroes on the big screen. A god who exists on the earth, a true god walking in the city. Clark's own ability is equivalent to an atomic bomb. Everyone has enough knowledge of Superman. This is indeed too unfair to other characters. So, I need to lay a good foundation. While the two were chatting, the door of the audition room was pushed open again, and this time it was Nicolas Cage who came in. Compared with the last time he came to the studio, this time he looked much more normal. The moment he entered the door, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He still had that skinny body, but this time he gave people a completely different feeling. Wayne nodded gently, and it seemed that the other party had come out of Arthur's state. The Joker. This character has been ranked first in the voting for comic villains for many years. It first appeared in the comics published by DC in 1940. Since then, this image has become a classic among villains. Compared with the DC comic system, although there is a plot explanation in the comics, published in 1951, that the Joker fell into chemicals and became the later appearance of a ghost. In the hearts of the public, the Joker has never had an authoritative background story and origin. This is a good thing for film and television creators, because the extremely vague origin will not have a preconceived impression of the audience, and the director will not have to drag out explanations and various heavy foreshadowings. This gives the Joker great plasticity. In the eyes of ordinary movie fans, he can be transformed into the incarnation of any villain, and Wayne can also adjust the timeline to allow the Joker to meet the needs of the story development at will, and let the actors give different depths to the characters according to different plots and scenes. Let's start directly. When you are ready, Schwartz, you help Nicola play. After a few people exchanged simple greetings, Wayne stared at the monitor intently, expecting the other party to bring him some surprises. Harvey didn't come home. Of course not. What did you do to him? Me. I've been here. In the same scene, Nicolas Cage's performance state is completely different from the last time. This time he is not neurotic, and it can be seen from this point that the transformation is quite successful. The conversation between the two is still going on. The Joker's long lines, under Nicolas Cage's performance, gave the two people behind the monitor a very wonderful feeling. What do you feel? Wayne directly extinguished the cigarette, stared at the two people performing, and thought carefully for a while, then turned his head slightly, and looked at the producer and asked, "Strong personality charm?" Charles Roven answered in a low voice with some surprise. The disappointment in human nature is visible to the naked eye. No, it should be after experiencing the real darkness, with a ridicule that sees through everything. That's right. Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. The Joker must be sober after understanding all the darkness, so that he can show that behind his crazy behavior, there is his own meticulous logical concept to support him. He is really talented in this line, and God is chasing him to give him food. Looking at Nicolas Cage, who was fully engaged in the performance, Wayne couldn't help but sigh. In fact, in the entire plot setting of the script, he didn't write any details or explanations related to the Joker's past. This was done to intentionally blur the Joker's background and motives. Not for money, not for power. The only goal is to create chaos crazily, so that only the results are mentioned, not the reasons. Without a detailed background and motivation, Nicolas Cage now understands the state of it himself, and uses a few lines and eye emotions to show precise appeal and persuasiveness for the role, which is really amazing. That's it. Wayne suddenly stopped the performance in progress. It can be seen that Nicolas Cage was stunned for a while before he came out of the state of the character. There is no need to go on. Nicola, notify your agent to discuss the contract with Charles. I need you to join the crew as soon as possible and have more exchanges before filming. That's it. Nicolas Cage obviously didn't expect that this time. The things he carefully prepared had passed the other party's review before they were used. Are you F***ing with me? Hey, if you still want to continue the performance, then wait until you join the crew. My time is very tight and there is no need to waste it on this. Wayne shook his head with a wry smile, stood up and walked to the other party, stretched out his hand and patted his arm, and felt the skinny body again. Go back and have a good rest for 2 days. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Okay, I've been looking forward to working with you again. After reacting from the astonishment, although he was a little confused, Nicolas Cage nodded and said a few polite words before leaving. After the audition, Schwartz and his assistant were cleaning up the audition room. Charles Roven took a sip of coffee and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to watch it anymore?" "No need." Wayne closed his notebook and explained without looking up, "His performance is very convincing and meets all my requirements. You know, as long as Nicolas Cage can get out of Arthur's state and not be affected by the previous performance, his acting skills are enough for this role." This is definitely good news. He is afraid that Nicolas Cage will hold on to the successful experience of the Joker in the past. Now, as long as he is sure that there is no problem with the other party, there is no need to waste time. The two packed up their things and walked out. Charles Roven asked, "You deliberately designed the Joker like this, right? The vague background information, the vague details of life and the source of beliefs. In this case, if the audience wants to know more about the Joker, they will use their imagination as the movie progresses." That's right. Wayne couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, none of these successful commercial producers are simple. The other party had guessed the purpose of his setting up this way before seeing the finished film, relying only on the simple script. To put it bluntly, it is empathy. The purpose of this set of means is to draw the audience into the story. He believes that, when the film is released, those fans who are interested in the Joker will spontaneously collect all the information about the Joker in the comics, unfold all the lines in the movie, and then magnify the Joker's figure from other leading actors, filling in the basis for their love for him. After the heart-wrenching audition work was over, the entire core creative team breathed a sigh of relief. After the producer quickly negotiated the contract, the main actors also joined the crew. Whether sitting together for script reading or cooperating with each other to simulate the shooting scene, the main actors have a better environment to figure out the role. The preparations for the film are going smoothly. Compared with the long-term preparations for the first film, this one is much easier. Time slowly entered September. With the smooth preparations, some of the crew's behind-the-scenes staff had already flown to New York to start the final preparations for the filming. All the remaining people will fly over together in a week. According to Wayne's own calculations, filming will probably start before October, which is earlier than he expected, greatly increasing the risk resistance of the filming work. Chapter 463 The Biggest Advantage. How do you feel? Christian Bale had just climbed out of the Batmobile in the center of the Warner Studios preparatory studio. Props team supervisor Wix Hart, with 2 assistants, immediately ran to his side and asked, "Not bad, it's still a little crowded." Taking a deep breath, Christian Bale nodded and said, "But don't worry, this little discomfort will not affect the filming. Most of the large number of props in the crew are to serve the Batman in the film. All the equipment has actually been reviewed by Wayne. After the last minor adjustment today, it will be packed and sent to New York immediately. The most important thing is these Batmobiles, but after all, this is not a car to be used on the road for daily use. It itself belongs to the category of movie props. The design of comfort is not considered at all, so it is naturally not very comfortable to get into it. The car has some changes, and the armor on Chris." Producer Charles Roven observed the props team busy disassembling and packing, his hands folded in front of his chest, and turned his head to look at his partner beside him. Although these changes are very subtle and are based on the previous props, if you observe carefully, you can still easily find that you designed it this way on purpose. You can say that. Wayne nodded, and before he could continue to explain, he shouted to the crowd, "Gilmore." The busy assistant director ran over immediately after hearing the shout. "What's wrong, boss?" Looking at the time, it was less than an hour before lunchtime. Wayne thought for a moment and told the assistant director, "Notify everyone not to come in the afternoon, let everyone go back and rest, and tomorrow will also be a day off. The day after tomorrow we will gather at the airport and set off for New York. Okay, the preparations here have come to an end, and what follows is the more busy and annoying material shooting. Due to the preparations and auditions, which went much more smoothly than he thought, more time was left for the shooting, so he planned to go there a few days earlier. There is also a very important point. Wayne always unconsciously observes Nicolas Cage these 2 days. The role of the Joker in Batman Second is too weird. He is afraid that some unexplainable situations will occur. He wants to start shooting as soon as possible, and it is best to complete all the footage before the award season arrives. Maybe sometimes he feels like he is poisoned by European and American superstitions, but sometimes those weird things really cannot be explained, and he feels this particularly deeply. By the way, you just mentioned the subtle changes in props. Shaking his head vigorously to drive out those messy thoughts, Wayne turned to look at the producer. "Those are all specially designed by me. After all, this is not a separate series of movies. Everything must be considered comprehensively and prepared for the future plans. How about it? What do you feel after seeing these?" "Well, how should I put it?" Charles Roden put down his hands folded in front of his chest and tilted his head to look at the equipment. After careful observation, it seems to be more advanced, no, or more technological, or science fiction. He looked at his partner beside him. Almost all the major plans for DC movies were in his mind. As long as the film was not completed, no one could guess how that mind was designed. "Yes, what we want is the feeling of progress in a subtle way." Hearing the producer's doubts, Wayne smiled. All this was exactly what he wanted to see. After all, there must be some differences from the trilogy in his mind. Although he was reluctant to change the storyline of The Dark Knight, some subtle means still had to be used. In the future, Bruce Wayne's equipment must move towards science fiction and technology. In the fighting scene, it can be a realistic style of punching and hitting the flesh. Bruce Wayne's own setting is not suitable for full special effects, destroying the world and showing destructive power on the big screen. There are many ways, but it must always be convincing to the audience. Although he felt a little puzzled, Charles Roven still shook his head and did not continue to ask. There were not many clues that could be pulled out from his partner, which would only increase his curiosity. It was better not to know. The staff behind the scenes in the studio were busy cleaning up. Wayne returned to his temporary office and handed the drawn storyboards, the shooting plans prepared in advance, and the camera layout documents to Nina. He leaned on the sofa and lit a cigarette, quietly waiting for the end of the work outside, and then left. As one of the former fans, he was not the only one who felt this way. I believe that many people have the same feeling. If you watch the Christopher Nolan trilogy carefully, you will find that the style of the first and the last two parts is quite different, which is quite obvious in the background setting of Gotham City. In the first Gotham City, the camera gave a lot of close-ups to the Wayne building, the Gotham monorail that runs through the city, and the Island of Nowhere. In the second part, the Gotham monorail was gone, and the Island of Nowhere was only left with a name, and even the Wayne building changed. In the third part, it is written about Gotham, but it is pronounced as New York. The reason why the background of the first, second, and third parts of Christopher Nolan's trilogy series are so different is that the root of the problem lies in the planning of Warner Brothers itself. They originally planned to use Batman Begins and Superman Returns as the beginning of the DC movie universe, so Christopher Nolan's first Batman should have a detailed background setting prepared for the future DC universe. The map and architectural style of Gotham City should be included in it. Christopher Nolan has to use special effects wherever they want. However, all plans cannot keep up with the rapid changes. The cliff-like decline and collapse of the reputation of the movie Superman Returns has caused the top management of Warner Brothers to make another mysterious operation, choosing to abandon the Superman series of movies and the entire follow-up of the DC Universe plan. But on the other hand, Batman Begins is different from Superman Returns. The film not only saved the Batman movie whose reputation had collapsed, but also accumulated a good new reputation among fans. Warner Brothers could not bear to give up the opportunity created by Batman Begins. So things turned around as expected. They simply let Christopher Nolan go and continue to shoot according to his own ideas and style, treating this trilogy as a separate profitable series. This is why many fans feel that the first one is very comic, but the style of the next two suddenly changes, becoming a police and gangster film with a strong personal style. Sometimes, in other words, if the Superman reboot series of Superman Returns had not suffered such a big setback, we might not be able to see the grand occasion of the famous directors of the DC Universe teaming up to fight the Russell Brothers assembly line of Marvel today. Of course, the executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers, well, are more metaphysical. In fact, Wayne is well aware of the points that many people in the circle are confused about now. Countless people are waiting for the failure and premature death of the DC Universe, and then it will become a series separated from each other. After all, almost everyone in DC Comics knows a little about the story, and at least they know the three giants of justice. If you want to make a movie universe with the same worldview and the same latitude, Superman Clark Kent, the true god walking on Earth, and Wonder Woman Diana Prince, high magic characters, it is impossible to be grouped together with characters like Batman on the big screen as in the comics. Wayne thought about this problem when he was very young, and later he laughed every time he thought about the era he was in. Now no one has seen superheroes flooding the cinema, flooding to the point that all kinds of anti-hero movies are popular. At first glance, these problems are almost unsolvable bugs when put on the big screen, but he is different from others. He has experienced the information explosion era in the future, and there are some roots that can be tried and imitated. Few people may have carefully considered that the power of Marvel's magic is indeed great, but doesn't the Marvel world have a high magic character setting? It is estimated that Doctor Strange with a shoehorn face will definitely curse and exit the group chat, and Thor will also smile slightly and let you feel the power of the Meow Hammer for free. So if you can't think of a good way in your own brain, won't you combine those methods that have been planned by countless elites and successfully tested? Wayne has always felt that this is his biggest advantage over others. When Marvel was at the end of its rope and all its first-line sons were sold out, who was the object of the desperate gamble? Iron Man. Yes, the mortal Iron Man. If you compare Iron Man with Doctor Strange and Thor, you will know that there is no comparison. But the strange thing is here. Movie fans, including countless media and film critics, why have the movie universe seen Avengers 3 and Avengers 4, but no one has raised or worried about discovering the problem of inconsistent strength like Superman, Wonder Woman and Batman. In fact, this is the ability of Marvel designers. They use the shooting and screening rhythm of the series of movies to make the audience accept similar settings in a completely reasonable way. This alone completely opens up Wayne's thinking. Can Batman be put together with those high magic characters without making people feel abrupt? Of course, but you must not rush for quick success. After shooting Batman, you can directly launch the popular monster Superman, or directly play Batman vs. Superman. That will definitely not be convincing. It's like after the first Iron Man was released, he was immediately asked to fight Thanos. I'm afraid even a fool can't accept the sense of disobedience. The reason why everyone can accept it later. Iron Man and Thanos are hard steel, relying on the good rhythm of foreshadowing and upgrading. Then think about it carefully. Is the background setting of Batman Bruce Wayne quite similar to that of Iron Man? Both of them are playboys with the title of the richest man, and their greatest superpower is money. Except that one is in the dark and bitter, while the other is in the spotlight and funny. Chapter 464. The premise is that I will never sleep with you. Technology is the primary productive force. Wayne, curled up on the sofa, muttered to himself. Marvel has already proved him a route that he can learn from, so why bother to reset it? If DC Batman wants to be persuasive, explosive technological upgrades may be a way. Marvel can let Iron Man do this, and then go hard against Thanos and the like. So why can't Batman, who also has money, upgrade his equipment and his own abilities to go hard against Clark Kent? In order to avoid it as much as possible in the future, the sense of deja vu of Superman with a small one in the Justice League, the logical preparation and upgrade, and giving the audience a reasonable persuasiveness, all of these must be done. At least Wayne can now guarantee that he will firmly grasp the dominance of the DC series, and his position in Warner Brothers can also avoid the embarrassment of Warner Brothers and Universal Brothers breaking their waists because of their eagerness for quick success and instant benefits, and wanting to overtake Marvel. Boss. The assistant carefully pushed the door open, called him softly, and asked, "Are you asleep?" "No." "Have they finished cleaning up outside?" Wayne came out of his trance, stretched out his hands, and rubbed his face vigorously twice, regaining his spirit, and asked in a low voice. Nina nodded and said, "It's almost done. Should we go back?" "Okay." The assistant began to pack his things together, holding a few file bags and notebooks, and asked, "Nami and the others went to the bar for a party. Should we go over for a drink together?" While tidying up his suit, Wayne thought about it, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's go back first." The staff in the studio began to go to the entrance of the studio one after another. At this time, in the rest area not far from the studio, Monica Bellucci kept staring at the crowd, her eyes wandering to find her target. She held an outdated Premiere in her hand and glanced at it from time to time to pass the time. Suddenly, she paused when looking at the magazine and raised the magazine in her hand to her eyes. A report on it attracted her attention. Hollywood's hidden millionaire, fairy tale Midas touch achievement, Wayne Greenberg. Since Hollywood entered the 1990s, a young Jewish director has broken the traditional Hollywood perception of success in the eyes of countless people. As we all know, Hollywood has continuously created box office miracles on the Hollywood assembly line with its fine division of labor in the film industry, a perfect film industry, a producer-centered system with high market sensitivity, and unparalleled star-making ability. But Wayne Greenberg has broken Hollywood's inherent cognition to a certain extent. The films he produced are very different from the popcorn produced on the assembly line. With his strong black personal style, he has repeatedly achieved high box office in the North American theater market and the global theater market. At the same time, Wayne Greenberg has a vague sense of Hollywood's fine division of labor. He is an alternative top-level director. Hidden behind the director is a genius screenwriter, a project initiator and producer with a sharp market vision, and the most important identity is still an excellent film company owner. If you look closely at Wayne Greenberg's projects, that have been continuously successful, you will find that the investor column of many projects has the logo of Greenberg Studio, including The Matrix, which just shocked the world in this summer. It can be inferred that his wealth is much faster than the outside world guesses. The continuous success of film projects has not only accumulated more wealth for him, but also brought him the top power position in Hollywood, becoming a frequent visitor in the top 3 of the Hollywood power list in the past 2 years. According to the latest information released by Warner Brothers, Wayne Greenberg, the fairy tale Midas touch, is about to go to New York to start the filming of the second Batman movie, The Dark Knight. This article is very long, and it also lists and speculates the income of each of Wayne's movies, as well as the second Batman movie that is constantly mentioned. Monica Biloxi can see that there is a factor that Warner Brothers uses the director's title to promote the film in advance, but the things mentioned in the article are sure to be 90% true. Those fascinating numbers and the exciting movie box office, like the best representative of the American dream, quietly jumped onto the paper. At this moment, she found that her target had walked out of the studio. This time, there was no Australian female star who was in the way. The opportunity she had been waiting for seemed to appear just before she wanted to give up. Monica Biloxi checked her dress again, quickly took out a small mirror from her handbag, and after confirming that her makeup was fine, she threw down the magazine in her hand without hesitation, stood up and walked elegantly to the door of the studio. It can be seen that Wayne was constantly talking to his ordinary-looking assistant, and a tram was also heading in their direction. The opportunity was fleeting, so she quickened her pace and walked towards the man with his back to her with the sound of dad out of high heels. Nina, who was originally reporting on the financial problems of Blue Sky Studios, suddenly closed her mouth and stared strangely at the back of her boss. Just as Wayne turned his head in confusion, he almost laughed out loud at what he saw. When the famous Italian actress he had observed some time ago walked to their side, her high heels seemed to stumble, and she fell towards him. Shrugging his shoulders, he did not hesitate at all, and stretched out his hands to support the staggering woman. From the brief touch, he was able to determine that this woman not only had a mountain peak like a bomb, but also deliberately fell towards him. You know, the subconscious action of a normal person falling down is always to grab anything that can be used for leverage, and never to deliberately send the most prominent part of a woman to the man who stretched out his hand to help her. Sorry, thank you. Monica Biloxi, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, seemed to be frightened. After standing up a little panicked, she looked up at the man who had just supported her. Oh my god. Wayne? Are you Wayne Greenberg? Oh my god, I'm a diehard fan of yours, and I didn't expect to see you here. You're welcome. The acting is pretty good. After Wayne let go of the woman, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, gently stroked his chin with one hand, and lowered his head slightly to observe this sexy woman who was acting wildly. She was wearing a thin camel-colored windbreaker, but it didn't cover her 2 peaks. Her sexy figure was highlighted by the windbreaker. Wait. Windbreaker? Wearing a windbreaker in Los Angeles is obviously a bit inappropriate. Wrestling is the most popular means. Those who can choose this method are basically prepared to let the other party see through it. Shameless, in Wayne's eyes, is always a compliment. Excuse me, I'm Monica Biloxi, from Italy, an actress. The woman adjusted her clothes a little, not caring about the man's scrutiny, and generously stretched out a white hand to introduce herself. Director Greenberg, I have seen all the films you have shot. I'm your die-hard fan. Nice to meet you, Ms. Biloxi. Wayne gently shook the white palm, with a smile on his face. Have you seen all the films? Yes. The woman nodded firmly. From the other's eyes, she had discovered the beast-like emotions hidden. Although it was hidden quite well, she was very familiar with such similar eyes. When countless men looked at her, they would have the same naked possessive desire, but the man opposite was hiding it more deeply. Director Greenberg, I'm your fan. Can you please sign an autograph for me? God, I never thought that I would be able to meet you in person one day. Or this must be God who heard my prayer. Hey, don't worry about the autograph. Call me Wayne. My friends call me that. Raising an eyebrow, Wayne pointed to the waiting tram and made an invitation. Would you like to have lunch together? I think we can have a good chat. Of course, it's Milner. She excitedly waved her fist in her heart and tried to maintain an elegant smile and followed the two people to get on the tram heading to the studio gate. Wayne, do you mean that friends call you this and I can also be your friend? Glancing at this beauty who was several years older than him, he shook his head slightly helplessly. This woman was addicted to acting, so he simply nodded. Didn't you say that this was an accident arranged by God? It seems that God also wants us to be friends. Let's talk about your hometown Italy. I heard that it is full of romance. In fact, Wayne had forgotten this beauty. When he took a quick look after get off work that day, the first thing he thought of was the image of the woman who was full of dust and helplessness in the beautiful Legend of Sicily. This movie may make many people in Europe and the United States feel indifferent, but for the little boy born on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, the lethality is simply too great. In fact, when the movie was released, Monica Bellucci had already passed her peak of beauty. Now, the Italian beauty in her early 30s is more like a ripe fruit. Her innate temperament has been constantly provoking the beast deep in Wayne's heart. Nina, go back to the manor first. Call Sergi if you have anything. The car stopped in front of a restaurant not far from the studio. Before getting off the car, Wayne looked at the Italian woman waiting outside the car window and instructed the assistant. Friend? Movie fan? Huh? Nina looked at the scumbag with an expression, without any disguise at all. She knew too well what kind of person her boss was. This man was always willing to play with the toys that he gave to him for free. I really want to tell this woman who pretends to be innocent that it is absolutely a very lucky thing to be your true friend, but the premise is that she must never have sex with you. Chapter 465 Widgets and Plugins. A movie with a global box office of over $1 billion. My god. Only you and Steven Spielberg have done this in the world, Wayne. Not only in North America, your influence is also huge in Italy. In the restaurant, Monica Bellucci was reservedly fiddling with her vegetable salad, looking at the man sitting opposite from time to time, and constantly talking about the other's achievements. You can quickly gain a foothold in Hollywood right after graduation, and even so far, you have never had a real failure in the box office. This is simply a miracle. How did you do it? Continuous efforts, plus a little bit of luck. Facing the woman's crazy show of affection, Wayne swallowed the steak in big mouthfuls and shrugged indifferently. He had been working for a whole morning. For him, although the sexy girl across the table was very attractive, since she was already delivered to his door, he would not run away, right? The focus now was to fill his stomach, so that he would have enough physical strength and energy to play games with the other party. The two chatted casually, and Wayne swallowed the last bite of beef and looked at his watch with satisfaction. The time was not yet 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Until then, he shifted his attention to something more interesting. The Italian girl opposite him had such an unforgettable temperament. In addition, she had never taken off her light windbreaker, which made her figure look extremely hot after sitting down. It can be said that she showed the advantages of European white women to the fullest. In fact, Wayne certainly understood that the competition in the entertainment circles of Italy and Europe was definitely not less than that in Hollywood. There might be a few idiots among the actresses who could make their names spread all over the world, but this Italian national treasure actress would definitely not be included. Just look at the fact that the other party deliberately found a clumsy way to get to know him today, and it is obvious that Monica Bellucci is a woman who is very good at seizing opportunities. There has never been any unspoken rules in Hollywood, because many rules are put in the sun, and this woman could not be unaware of this. Of course, since the other party came from a circle in Europe that was even more chaotic than Hollywood, it was highly likely that she would not care about using her natural capital to exchange for something urgently needed. It was just past noon, and there was still a lot of time. Wayne chatted with the woman opposite him, while guessing what she wanted from him. This woman couldn't just want to get in touch with him, she must have her own purpose. But he was not in a hurry at all, and regarded this as a relaxing game before the busy work began. As long as he did not move, the other party would always reveal her thoughts. You eat too little. Shaking his head, Wayne raised the cigarette box and signaled to the waiter. After getting the consent, he lit a cigarette and watched the woman elegantly and slowly put the vegetable salad into her mouth. From the time he sat at the table until now, according to his observation, the other party's plate was not eaten much. No way. I have to control my body shape. Putting down the steel fork in her hand, Monica Bellucci had a painful expression. I have a physique that is easy to gain weight, so in order to maintain my image in front of the camera, the nutritionist customized a strict diet for me. Self-discipline is especially important for actresses. Wayne is basically used to the same thing. He knew that most white girls in Europe and America would immediately give positive feedback on their figures if they dared to indulge in their diet a little, just like a balloon. Although actors are not as sensitive to their figures as models, they are not much better. If they want to show their best side in front of the camera, they must have regular eating habits. Of course, there are also many actresses who drink and take drugs privately without getting fat, but unfortunately, they are only a few lucky ones. Aren't you curious about why I came to Hollywood? Seeing that lunchtime was about to end, Monica Bellucci was a little anxious. She suddenly turned her eyes twice and said, well, my agent got me a job or an audition invitation. This time I came to Hollywood to audition for a movie. Tell me, what kind of project is it? Wayne's mouth began to rise gradually. He knew that the other party was ready to reveal his purpose. Let me guess, if you appear in Warner Studios, this project should be in preparation, and it is a film invested and produced by Warner Brothers. This matter is interesting. The Italian girl opposite is indeed very attractive, and her special temperament is indeed attractive, but today is the first time they meet. If this woman's appetite is too big, even with the added feelings of his youth, he definitely does not want to be her stepping stone. It is never an easy thing to get him to make a promise or say hello to some projects in preparation. You know, these female stars are not easy to mess with, and climbing up the ladder is basically an instinctive means of survival. Who knows if the woman will use his name to do other things after he introduces himself to the crew. That's right. Nodding happily, Monica Bellucci said directly, be prepared to say that one of the bosses behind this project is you. The second part of the Matrix? Yes. The woman's affirmative answer made Wayne laugh instantly. No wonder the other party targeted him. The relationship between the Matrix and himself was almost reported by the media during the summer season. It was almost public information. Carefully observing the expression of the man across the table, Monica Bellucci knew that the outcome of this matter would depend on her performance in the future. Wayne, I heard that your family lives at the top of Beverly Hills, at the end of Mulholland Drive. People say that the view there is great. You can overlook the whole of Beverly and see half of Los Angeles. Can you take me to visit it? After saying that, she immediately realized that she had made a mistake. Seeing the man across the table frowning slightly, she immediately changed her words. If it's not convenient, maybe we can find another place to have a good chat. While speaking, the Italian girl leaned forward slightly, showing her proud advantage to the man. At the same time, she stuck out her tongue and licked the edge of her mouth. They were all adults, so it was impossible for them not to understand such hints. Come on, I have a long-term suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. Maybe we can go there to chat. As Wayne finished speaking, the woman took the initiative to stand up. When she reached out to pick up her handbag, her finger scratched the back of his hand twice, intentionally or unintentionally, and then turned and walked out of the restaurant. Wow, this can be regarded as the fulfillment of a teenage dream, right? Shaking his head, looking at the Italian girl walking in front of him in high heels, Wayne muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Observing from the back, this woman is indeed attractive enough. Unlike most white girls in Hollywood, who are direct and unrestrained, she has a special style. Surprises always come inadvertently. As soon as the door of the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel was closed, Wayne discovered the secret of the windbreaker. The woman threw the windbreaker on the carpet without hesitation. The secret hidden in it immediately released the beast he suppressed deep in his heart. I understand the rules. If you want to gain something, you must give first. The Italian girl blinked and slowly posed in a seductive pose in her high heels. How about it? Do you like this gift? I specially watched the special heavy-mouthed movies in the San Fernando Valley and selected this good thing. I hope it won't disappoint you. Roar. Wayne had a playful smile on his face. A hoarse roar came out of his throat, and he nodded slowly. Yep, I'm looking forward to your next performance. Yes, at least I'm very satisfied with this gift now. Sometimes, changing tastes can really bring men incomparable satisfaction. Monica Bellux's Italian style is completely different from other women he has had relationships with. Wayne was full of enthusiasm for exploration this afternoon, constantly dialectically proving the difference through experiments. Just as the Italian woman said, this gift is very satisfying. The most important thing is that the other party not only carefully watched the special films produced in the San Fernando Valley, but also was willing to boldly try and devote herself to it. This is really hard not to love. From about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sergey was like a tall and thick pillar, poking at the door of the presidential suite. Although he knew the security and confidentiality of the Four Seasons Hotel, he did not dare to take it lightly. Because in the cognition of the Russian bear, the woman in the house, who made non-human sounds from time to time, could also pose a threat to his boss. After all, this was their first meeting. Until the night fell, the noisy city of angels gradually regained some calm, but all this was only temporary. After it was completely dark, the city of angels would become even more noisy. This is the center of the entertainment industry in the United States, and nightlife is the main theme here. Point yes, Monica Bellucci. Yes, I will let her report to the crew on Monday. Wearing a white loose bathrobe, Wayne stood by the window with the hotel's cordless phone. The lights gradually brightened in front of him, feeling the breeze gently brushing his body, and occasionally speaking a word or two into the phone. Hey, boss. I didn't expect that woman to find you. She's a very smart woman, isn't she? Zack Snyder's teasing voice came from the phone. What about the pay? According to the rules of the crew, you should talk to EC Tier about this issue. Okay, I have something else to do, that's it. The moment the phone was hung up, he felt the woman coming behind him. Monica Bellucci hugged Wayne from behind and said softly, "Thank you." She knew that after her efforts to please him this afternoon, her short-term goal was finally achieved. This world is so realistic, isn't it? What is extremely difficult for people like me, but for the man in front of me, only one phone call is needed. This is the reward you deserve, Monica. Wayne shook his head in amusement. He liked this kind of exchange with a clear price tag. Not only did he not have to think too much, but he could also relax his mind and body in any way he wanted. By the way, I really want to study one thing now, Monica. Is that little tail a pendant or a plugin? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Influenza. The sun shone through the curtains that were not closed tightly and directly passed through the French window without any hindrance, shining on the white bed. The newly born sunlight in the sky was like a golden wave, one wave after another, and began to become hot in a short time. This is Los Angeles, which is full of enthusiasm all year round. In the impression of most people, it seems that except for the short winter, when people can feel a slight drop in temperature, the rest of the time can be bathed in the warm sunshine of California at any time. F***K. When the sun slowly moved and shone on Wayne's face, he subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to cover his face, but suddenly felt a protest from his lower back. A burst of unbearable pain immediately made him burst out a swear word involuntarily. The originally drowsy sleepiness was driven away by the sudden pain from his lower back. He frowned, tried to rub it up, leaned on the head of the bed, reached out to grab the watch, and glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. In fact, they had slept for about 7 hours. However, even Wayne's strong body could not withstand the indulgence that started yesterday afternoon. Every time at this time, he would sigh that no matter how frequently male hormones were secreted, they could not catch up with the recovery speed of women, especially a white European and American woman. After a click, the blue smoke slowly rose. He turned his head to look at the woman sleeping beside him. The Italian girl seemed to be still immersed in the pain of the taboo game. Even though she was asleep, her expression was full of entanglement. "Good morning, dear." Not long after, Monica Bellucci's eyelids trembled twice. The first time she opened her eyes, She saw the man smoking next to her. Judging from the look on her face, this woman did not resist the smell of cigarettes. Instead, she leaned against the head of the bed side by side with the man. "Good morning, Monica. I have to say, you are a fascinating beauty." The moment Wayne turned his head to look at the woman, he immediately saw the two white mountains of the other side. Although they were covered with various red marks, because of his fun yesterday, the moment he saw them, he couldn't help but feel hot all over. "Thank you." The woman stretched out a white arm, reached over him, grabbed the cigarette box, skillfully held it in her mouth, lit it, and slowly exhaled a light puff of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, this brand of cigarettes is really not friendly to women. While speaking, she looked up and found the man's wolf-like eyes. She had experienced the same eyes too many times yesterday, but she did not cover her upper body exposed outside the quilt. She frowned and said with a headache, "Please, honey, I feel that there is no place on my body that does not hurt. Can I rest for 2 days?" Before preparing for this action, Monica Biloxi had already made some preparations, but when the tough and handsome man began to officially release the beast in his heart and have fun, she suddenly felt that her preparations were not enough. Looking at the sunlight outside the window that was gradually becoming violent, she immediately felt the protest of every inch of her skin as soon as she thought of the various self-abuses she had done yesterday to please the other party. "Before the Matrix is released, you can call me anytime, honey. I feel like you're going to tear me apart." Wayne shrugged helplessly, knowing that the other party had completely regarded him as a demon, but this was understandable. When he suddenly had an idea and asked the hotel waiter to help get 2 pairs of stockings and dress the woman next to him up as in the beautiful legend of Sicily, the beast in his heart was completely released. But it was obvious that the Italian girl was overthinking. Now his lower back was still protesting faintly. Obviously he was too indulgent yesterday. Shaking his head, Wayne kissed the woman's forehead gently, lifted the quilt, picked up the pants on the ground, and put them on, and said, "If there is any problem that cannot be solved in the crew, you can call me anytime, but it is likely that Nina will answer the call. If there is anything, telling her is the same as telling me." Looking at the man who bent down to pick up the shirt again, Monica Biloxi leaned against the head of the bed with her head tilted. She knew that her efforts had finally gained what she wanted. Fortunately, the other party really did not turn away after putting on pants, just as the legend in the circle said. The most important thing in front of her now is to leave a deep enough impression on Hollywood and North American movie fans through the popular sequel of The Matrix. In this way, even if she still has no chance here in the end, her resume of participating in commercial films with hundreds of millions of investment will also be the basis for her to increase her value after returning to Europe. Or, there is another good choice, that is, the man who is putting on clothes leisurely in front of her. As long as this man is willing, she may become a big star in Hollywood in the future. "Aren't you leaving after breakfast?" Monica Biloxi put out her cigarette in the ashtray at the bedside and asked with a bright and elegant smile. "No." Wayne glanced at the woman and shook his head. "I have to go back early to accompany the little princess. The child has started to crawl around. She will fly to New York tomorrow, so I have to spend more time with her in advance." He opened the bedroom door and walked a few steps. After thinking for a while, he turned back and said to the woman in doubt, "I have booked the suite for a long time. If you like, you can stay here during this period. If you want anything, tell the front desk my name." "Thank you." Wayne didn't take it too seriously about destroying the goddess of his youth. When he returned to the manor with visible fatigue after indulgence, Naomi Watts and Nina were having breakfast. Facing the man who didn't come back all night, the Australian actress didn't do anything abnormal, and even her face didn't change at all. She just put her daughter, who had begun to like to move around, in the man's arms. She had long been accustomed to this man's temper. One day passed quickly while he accompanied his daughter to learn to speak. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the Rolls-Royce Phantom carried several people and went straight to Los Angeles International Airport to board a flight to the Big Apple. After today, Wayne was destined to plunge into work again. There were too many things waiting for him. At the end of September and the beginning of October, when Los Angeles was still sunny, New York had begun to feel the cold, and Nina also took out the coat prepared for Wayne. The entire crew was nearly 300 people, most of whom had lived in Los Angeles for a long time. The sudden change in the environment and temperature made everyone feel uncomfortable. But the crew was like a large, sophisticated and complex machine. Once it started, it was impossible to stop easily. The change in climate was most obvious in Wayne, the director. After checking into the hotel on the first day of arriving in New York, he felt a warning from his body. Unfortunately, he thought that the soreness all over his body was just the sequelae of overindulgence. What no one expected was that he woke up with a cold. However, the work could not be delayed because of such a small matter, and the preparation work of more than 200 staff members of the entire crew could not be stopped because of him alone. With a runny nose, after checking the shooting arrangement for a whole day, the whole crew was praying that the director's cold would be better tomorrow. Unfortunately, when Wayne got up the next day, the first feeling was that his head was heavy and his feet were light. Damn, shit, you are as hot as a furnace. The first person who felt the change in his body was Naomi Watts, who was sleeping next to him. At this time, the Australian actress could not care about anything else. After reaching out and touching Wayne's forehead, she immediately put on a large bathrobe, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed, opened the bedroom door, and shouted to the living room, "Nina, Nina, notify Guillermo and Charles that Wayne has a high fever, F***K. Everyone knows how important today is. The first scene will be shot today. If the controller of a large crew is knocked down by illness at the beginning of the work, it will definitely cast a thick haze on the next work. What's more important is that on the first day the crew arrived in New York, the Big Apple began to gather various media reporters. Warner Bros.' promotion of The Dark Knight was originally carried out with great fanfare. Coupled with the popularity of the film itself, countless media were waiting for today's start of filming. Naomi, shut up. A low roar interrupted the flustered Naomi Watts. The woman turned around with worry and looked at the man leaning against the bed. I swear, your temperature now will never be lower than 39 degrees. Mother F***Ker. Listen, Wayne, if you go out to fool around again in the future, you'd better consider whether your body can bear it first. Son of the B********H Italian woman. That B******H. It was obvious that excessive indulgence and sudden changes in weather caused Wayne to catch a cold. Now he was working on a project with an investment of nearly $200 million, and he was the absolute soul of the project. The work of the entire crew of nearly 300 people was all centered around him. The consequences of delaying the filming could not be small. That's enough. Come here and help me get dressed. Wayne's face was equally ugly. He had never taken the cold seriously before, but now his whole body felt as if it was bitten by ants, and he couldn't use any strength at all. The worst thing was his head. He was so dizzy that he couldn't concentrate at all. He could feel his body temperature, because even every breath he exhaled seemed to be burning his nose. No, don't move. You need to see a doctor. Are you kidding me, honey? Naomi Watts' eyes were red. She pushed the man back to the bed and shook her head firmly. Just as the two were entangled, the bedroom door was pushed open. Nina walked in with a worried look on her face, followed by Gilmore, Charles Rowan, Steve Wilson, Wix Hart and other supervisors or directors of the various groups behind the scenes. Just when Wayne frowned and tried to keep his eyes open to say something, he found that people were still pouring into the bedroom. Christian Bale, Ralph Fiennes and other main actors, like the people who came in before, all had very ugly faces. How do you feel now? Charles Rowan stood by the bed, reached out and touched Wayne's arm. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. This was not a minor cold at all. It was most likely influenza, and the temperature on the other person was too high. I've notified someone to find the doctor. Wayne, you can't go to the hospital now. There are at least hundreds of reporters waiting downstairs in the hotel, and we can't give them the opportunity to hype negative news. Chapter 467. Brainless people who only appear in the news. Forget it. Inform the crew to take a break in the morning, and we will officially start filming after lunch. Enduring the discomfort from all over his body, Wayne shook his head and said helplessly to the producer, "Give me a few hours. I will adjust my condition before lunch." Today is the first day of the official start of filming. No matter what happens, He will ensure that he will appear on the set. Otherwise, not to mention how the outside media will exaggerate the facts. Even within the huge crew, there will be the possibility of people's hearts floating. When he signed the director's contract with Warner Brothers, the huge power brought not only the ubiquitous pressure, but also the responsibility that he was about to take. If you want to gain something, you must pay something. This is the most basic operating rule of a commercial society. Guillermo, go and communicate with the bank again. We will start after lunch. After thinking for a while, Wayne continued, the street scenes, the scenes in the car, and the shots outside the bank will be filmed by you in the afternoon. Be prepared. Don't worry, boss. Hearing the instructions of the man on the bed, Guillermo wanted to wave his fist to celebrate. He was waiting for such an opportunity to exercise. You know, even if you go through Hollywood several times, there are not many opportunities to host a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars and coordinate the filming of a super large crew. This is a training opportunity that many people dream of. Originally, the scenes arranged for today were not complicated. This was the opening scene of a group of clowns robbing a bank. The most important thing was the explosion scene in the bank building. The crew had already coordinated with Morgan Chase Bank and would borrow their bank building in the Big Apple for filming. As for the explosion scene, it will be moved to an old building, rented in the suburbs for filming, and will eventually be edited together after the post-production work begins. Now Wayne is also thankful that fortunately, in the first 2 days, the shooting plans he arranged were some shots that did not involve a large number of protagonists. With his current feelings about his own condition, he understands that even after treatment, he will not be able to recover in a short time. Physical discomfort is not bad, but the difficulty is that he can't concentrate at all now, which is simply fatal to work. The crowd came in a hurry and then hurriedly left the suite under the leadership of Charles Rowan. The producer had issued a gag order, not allowing anyone to accept media interviews in advance, but no one raised any objections. Hey, Naomi, what's wrong with you? Everyone's attention was on Wayne from the beginning. When there were only 3 people left in the room, Nina suddenly found that something was wrong with Naomi Watts. The Australian actress' face was frighteningly pale at this moment, and her breathing was clearly audible. Damn, boss, you gave Naomi the cold. The assistant wanted to help her to the bed, but she immediately felt that the other party's body temperature was abnormal. Obviously, Naomi Watts had also become a victim of the flu. So, a rather funny picture appeared on the big bed. 2 people leaned side by side against the head of the bed, one on the left and the other on the right, stretching their arms to get a drip. The doctor's opinion was very clear that it was just the flu, and they would recover as long as they rested quietly for a few days. However, Naomi Watts was fine. She had no scenes scheduled for her, so she could rest in the hotel. But Wayne had no choice. He had to appear in the crew to host the work. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Guillermo alone to coordinate those old hands. It didn't take long for both of them to fall asleep. It wasn't until 10:50 in the morning that Wayne felt that he had recovered a little. He didn't disturb the sleeping woman, but kissed her forehead gently. He endured the discomfort and got out of bed to get dressed. While there was still time, he didn't even have time to eat lunch. He took his assistant in surgery and drove to the shooting site from the back door of the hotel in a low-key manner. Without observing it with his own eyes, Wayne was always worried about the preparations. What's going on? After the car drove to the parking lot, Wayne immediately realized that something was wrong. The Morgan Chase Bank building was crowded with people, which was completely different from the filming site he imagined. The bustling crowd meant that the bank was still open for business. Call Gilmore and find out what's going on. Standing in the square in front of the building, he frowned and looked at the people coming and going. Let's go in and take a look. This is just nonsense. The few people did not stop in front of the door and walked directly into the hall. The hall of this bank is very tall and busy. Customers keep coming to the window to handle business, and there are several bank security guards who are vigilantly walking around from time to time. This place is indeed very suitable for filming the opening bank robbery scene. Wayne took the 2 to sit in the rest area, silently observing and calculating, and constantly simulating the shooting scene in his mind. Gilmore said that the bank staff will evacuate the building before lunch and will not imagine the crew shooting in the afternoon. Nina put the mobile phone in her briefcase and reported to Wayne beside her in a low voice. The bank manager heard that the crew would not come in the morning and made a private decision. We can sue them for breach of contract. Forget it. Shaking his head, Wayne looked down at the time and considered whether to go out for something to eat first. They're coming. Nina reached out and poked him gently, pointing in the direction of the gate to remind him. There were several crew members behind the scenes. They should have come in advance to prepare for the shooting. They would make some simple arrangements after the bank staff evacuated. The first thing to be shot in the afternoon must be the scenes on the streets and squares. After these simple shots are completed, they will enter the lobby to shoot the bank robbery shots. When the shots outside are finished, everything will be ready inside. Don't worry about it. Let's find a place to eat first. Before Wayne finished speaking, he was directly pressed to the ground by Sergei and was firmly pressed under him by the Russian bear. Then Nina was also pulled to the ground and lay beside the two. Don't move. Don't make a sound. Sergei's low roar sounded in his ears. Wayne lay on the ground and looked at Nina. Although they were surprised, they chose to listen to Sergei's words, keeping their bodies close to the ground and not daring to raise their heads at all. They knew that the Russian bear must have observed a threatening accident to cause such a big reaction. Otherwise there would never be such a sudden action. F***K. Seeing the Russian bear's movements, Wayne cursed again. It was very rare that this former elite instructor in the special forces actually pulled out a pistol from his armpit, which meant that the person who could threaten them must have this thing in his hand. Several people had been lying on the ground. Except for a few chaotic shouts at the beginning, the hall strangely returned to silence, followed by a child's cry and a woman's begging. A madman held a little boy hostage with a gun. Sergei lay on the ground, holding the cold pistol in one hand, and occasionally raised his head to observe a few times, and then immediately retracted his head. The madman just now should have wanted to rob money, but was directly surrounded by the bank's security personnel. He is now holding a little boy hostage. Let's not move for the time being, the police will be here soon. Shit. After hearing the explanation, Wayne adjusted his uncomfortable posture. Just at that moment, he thought the danger was coming towards him, and he was scared, and broke into a cold sweat. There are dozens of cases of people getting some money from the bank almost every day in this land. Of course, he had only seen it in the news and newspapers before, and this was the first time he had experienced it personally. Normally, the people who could do such a thing were either the brainless people at the bottom of society who were driven crazy by life, or the well-trained professional robbers. When he heard that there was only one person with a gun, Wayne slowly put his mind at ease. At least he was sure that the prison could not accommodate such a person, and he would not pose a threat to him. A few minutes later, sirens were heard outside the bank. This time the police came very quickly, and they could already hear them shouting at the criminals. Oh no. Sergei, who had been secretly observing, suddenly lowered his head. The door is surrounded by media reporters. Those reporters should have received the news that we are inside. They are likely to stimulate the robber. Don't look up. That person may go crazy at any time. This was also a coincidence. A large number of media reporters gathered in New York. They were originally preparing to report on the crew of The Dark Knight. Now they caught up with a bank robbery farce, which instantly excited these people. If it was just a simple robbery, they would not be interested at all. But they have received news that Wayne Greenberg is likely to be trapped in the bank, and there are many topics that can be hyped. They don't care about the robber who is holding hostages and confronting the police. Now everyone is concerned about the young Hollywood tycoon. Bang, bang. To consecutive gunshots, the scene suddenly became chaotic. The police either hid behind the bunkers or lay on the ground. In contrast to these policemen, several reporters seemed to be fearless and had no intention of hiding. They took a lot of photos of the bank hall. What happened? Hearing the gunshot, Wayne immediately pulled the assistant lady under him, put one hand on the back of Nina's head, looked at Sergei and asked, "Those policemen are a bunch of good-for-nothings." The Russian bear cursed angrily. That madman put the negotiator down His head was shot open. You'd better not look at it. Be careful to have nightmares when you go back, and it might leave a psychological trauma. Such a scene was like playing house to Sergey, and there was no worry in his tone. If the robber dared to aim at them, he would definitely not consider the safety of the hostages, and would empty the magazine at the first time. In fact, this is a common practice. Even though the police are still confronting the robbers, they will most likely choose to force an attack after a long time. They will not consider the safety of the hostages, and will only empty all the bullets at the other side. Chapter 468. Being fooled by Sergey. In addition to the intensive click and click sound of taking photos, the only thing left was the boys' occasional cries. The police were still shouting at the hall, but no one showed up and rushed in. Wayne knew very well that this group of people were stalling for time and waiting for the arrival of SWAT. Everyone was paid a small salary, and no one would be stupid enough to risk their lives. Hey, get out of here. Sergey lay on the ground, suddenly turned the pistol in the direction, and whispered a warning. Either stay there, or get out of here. If you come closer to us, lady, I can't guarantee that I won't shoot you. Wayne and Nina turned their heads at the same time, and found that the person crawling towards them on the ground was a white woman. Even though the woman was pointed at by a pistol, she still had a pleading look on her face, and kept crawling towards them. Let her come over. He gently patted the Russian bear's thick arm, shook his head, and whispered, "It's just a woman. She won't pose a threat to us." The corners of Sergey's mouth were obviously upturned. "Just don't regret it, boss." Wayne soon understood what the Russian bear meant, because this woman was the mother of the kidnapped little boy. "Please, sir, please, save Clayton, please." After the woman crawled to their side, she immediately cried and begged Sergey. As a mother, she was very sober at this time, and knew that only the big man with a pistol could save her child. The police were not counted on at all now. Those fat pigs would only hide outside the door and shout. Sergey looked at the two people beside him, with an expression of "see, I told you so" long ago on his face, and he didn't mean to move at all, as if he didn't hear the woman's constant begging. Time was still passing by every second, and the woman knew that every second that passed would increase the danger of her child. Obviously, the robber couldn't get out, and no one dared to guarantee whether he would go crazy in the end. "Okay, shut up." Frowning, Wayne growled at the woman, stretched out a finger, and made a gesture of silence. Then he looked at Sergey and asked, "Are you sure you can get rid of the child?" His words surprised Sergey and Nina. With their understanding of their boss, he would never take risks for a stranger. They could even imagine what would happen if a stranger interfered with his safety. Naomi Watts once summarized that he was born greedy, lustful, and afraid of death. There was absolutely no exaggeration in this statement. The woman looked at Sergey, who was stunned for a moment, with hopeful eyes. "Please, sir, little Clayton is only 5 years old. He still has a long life to live. Please, stop." Seeing that the woman was getting more and more excited, Sergey simply reached out and covered her mouth. "Listen, I will find a way. Now shut your mouth, okay?" Seeing that the woman gradually calmed down, he let go of her hand and looked at his boss. "It's easy to take down that lunatic, but it's difficult to ensure the safety of the child. Watch carefully." As he said that, he reached out and pointed in the direction of the hall, indicating that Wayne could take a careful look. It was not until this moment that Wayne saw the specific situation in the hall. The bustling crowd just now had all disappeared. Several bank staff members were lying behind tables or cabinets. Near the counter in the hall, a sturdy white man in his 30s or 40s was holding a little boy's neck with his arms covered with colorful tattoos. The child's panicked noise must have completely annoyed the middle-aged white man. As he looked over, the robber slapped the boy lightly. Less than 10 meters away from the robber, 5 or 6 armed bank security guards hid behind the bunker and surrounded him. Near the bank door, there was a male body in a suit lying down. See, the robber is very sensitive now. Any action may cause him to have a stress response. Sergey shook his head slightly inside. "I'm sure I can take him down, but I'm not sure I can guarantee the safety of the child. Boss, that's just a child who doesn't know anything. Don't expect him to react correctly like an adult after I shoot." If it was an adult who was already sensible, he would most likely lie on the ground immediately after the noise, to avoid the bullets that could come at any time. But a child couldn't understand this at all. His first reaction would definitely be to cry and run around, and he would become a living target. It would be great if we could get those security guards to make some noise and temporarily attract the attention of the robbers. Sergey shook his head halfway through. They all knew that the security guards were able to surround the other party, which was already a gift beyond their job scope. They would never risk being shot to do more. SWAT should be here soon. If we want to move quickly, we have to. You know, those people will never care about the life or death of the hostages. Sergey said this to the woman. What he said was just common sense, and there was no water in it. Everyone knew what kind of morals the North American police were. The matter is simple. If the woman still wants to save the child, she must take the risk herself to attract the robber's attention and give him a chance to shoot. It has been nearly half an hour since the fuss began. The entire bank building has been completely surrounded by police cars. What is rare is that at the main entrance of the bank, it is not surrounded by fully armed detectives, but by media reporters and photographers carrying long guns and short guns. I don't care what method you use, you must take a picture of Wayne Greenberg. Find a way to confirm whether the robbers have hurt him. Listen, Jim, if you miss this rare opportunity and don't bring back enough explosive news, I will send you to the door of Greenberg Manor to follow and report on him 24 hours a day. Seize this damn opportunity. Not far from the main entrance of the bank building, a male reporter hung up the phone and shook his head with an unpleasant expression. When he got the news that Wayne Greenberg was also trapped inside, he immediately reported it to the newspaper. Everyone did the same thing and was looking forward to seeing some explosive scenes. Although no one said it, Jim Burgess knew very well that at least 90% of the reporters gathered at the door hoped that Wayne Greenberg would also be shot or injured. Otherwise, just relying on such a robbery farce, it would not be possible to put it on the front page of their own company. When he bent over and ran back to his cameraman companion, he had actually thought about how to write the press release. The matter was simple. After all, the robbers kidnapped a child, right? If Wayne Greenberg was injured, then the news itself would be eye-catching enough. If he was not injured, it would be fine. He could just focus on the child. In a short period of time, he even thought of several headlines, such as director Wayne Greenberg is a tough guy on the surface, but privately he is a selfish sissy who only hides himself when he sees children being hurt. Anyway, as long as they want to take advantage of the popularity of this matter, there must be ways to do it, and no one can say that the ambiguous report is distorted. Perhaps, among these people gathered at the door, they are the only ones who really care about Wayne Greenberg's safety. Jim Burgess turned his head and looked at the main creators of the crew not far away. $500,000 and a car? Ha, the police won't give him a penny, a naive lunatic. The photographer's tone was full of ridicule. They were in the media industry and had seen many similar things. The fact was that the North American police had never compromised with criminals, not even once. The police would rather beat everything around the criminals into a sieve and then argue with the families of innocent people afterwards. Wait, Jim, look. What? Jim Burgess withdrew his gaze from the main creators of the crew and turned his head to look at the bank hall in confusion. For a moment, there was an incredible expression on his face, and he stammered at his companions. Damn, am I dazzled? Is that Wayne Greenberg? Quick, take a picture. Under the gaze of countless people, the atmosphere in the bank hall was very strange. Wayne walked towards the robber openly, raising his hands to show that he did not carry any weapons that could threaten the other party. Brother, you need a lot of money, huh? Don't get excited. I happen to have a lot of money. Tell me the number. Don't worry, you should have heard of me. My name is Wayne Greenberg. Don't say you haven't heard of it. Tell me the number. I will give you what you want. Not to mention the media reporters and police outside the door. Even Wayne himself felt that he was probably crazy at this time. Otherwise, how could he believe the guarantee of Sergey, that fool? On the surface, he looked calm, and at the same time, he was still talking non-stop in his mouth, trying to distract the robber's attention. In fact, he was still panicking in his heart. After all, no matter what, bullets don't care whether you are a billionaire or not. Stop. Damn bastard, I told you to stop. Completely different from what he imagined. The robber's face did not show any expression of wanting to talk, leaving only a crazy look. It was obvious that he was very sensitive now and might shoot at any time. Just as the robber took the pistol away from the boy's head and was about to point it at Wayne not far away, pa. 3 crisp gunshots rang out in succession. He knew that Sergey finally found an opportunity to shoot. The robber was not too far away from him, and he could see clearly. When the first gunshot rang out, the other party's head had been blown up, and a faint red blood flower appeared on his forehead. The exciting thing was that the bullet did not stop at all, and flew out directly from the back of the head, taking away a large area of red and white. The next 2 shots were more like insurance. At the moment the robber fell to the ground, 2 more shots were made in his chest. Because he saw it too clearly, Wayne suddenly felt sick and cursed Sergey in his heart. He planned to ask the Russian bear to replace the powerful 1911 when he returned. The huge kinetic energy of this thing brought a much more exciting picture than in the gun battle movie. At the moment the robber fell, everyone, including the reporter at the door, was stunned. But Wayne saw the innocent little boy at a glance and actually wanted to turn around to look at the person who kidnapped him. "Hey, boy, look here." His shouting was like a switch, not only stopping the child who wanted to turn back, but also waking up everyone outside the door. Reporters, crew members, and police rushed in. When these people rushed in, they saw a very shocking scene. Wayne was holding a little boy who was less than 5 years old, and praising him loudly. "Listen, boy, you are very brave. This scene is simply perfect. I promise you that I will think about it carefully after I go back and keep all your shots. Mr. Director, do I really have acting talent?" The little boy's innocent voice sounded. "Yes, you are simply a performing genius." The conversation between the 2 people made everyone who gathered around lose their voices collectively. Jim Burgess was in a very complicated mood. He raised the camera hanging around his neck and took a picture of Wayne holding a little boy with a sunny smile. Not far behind the sunny smile was a bloody corpse. The distance between the 2 was so close, but it made everyone feel very far away, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Chapter 469. It depends on what a person has done. The child named Little Carlton returned to his mother's arms after Wayne's repeated assurances. The whole thing ended in a way that no one expected. The child's mother refused the interview with the reporter and hurriedly left the scene with the child in her arms. Warmth seemed to be contagious. The crowd intentionally or unintentionally blocked the child's sight to avoid leaving a shadow that might affect his life in his young mind. Entertain these reporters. I'm going to change clothes. After the main creative team of the crew ran in, Wayne whispered to Gilmore and took Nina to his car. "You and Sergey will go to the police station later. If you need it, call a lawyer." "Okay." The assistant looked at him with incredible eyes all the way. No one knew her boss's character better than her. Today, he was willing to take such a risk, which greatly refreshed her cognition. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wayne took off his coat and threw it back into the car. After taking the spare clothes from the car, he turned around and found the assistant's eyes full of surprise. He smiled and shook his head while putting on clothes. Nina had nothing to hide and said openly, "I thought you would let the woman go out to attract the attention of the robbers, but I didn't expect." "That's what I thought at first." He took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, leaned against the car, and lit one with a click. As 2 streams of smoke came out of his nostrils, Wayne smiled bitterly. "You saw it too. With the state of that woman at that time, if she dared to stand up, she would be shot by that madman. Who knows what I was crazy about at that time. Maybe I had confidence in Sergey. Boss, I always like a sentence." The assistant lady had a sincere smile on her face. "Don't look at what a person thinks, look at what a person actually does. You are a tough guy who saved a little boy and prevented him from leaving a shadow on his life. Boss, I have to say, you did a great job. Hey." Shaking his head, Wayne closed the car door and walked towards the bank building. "Stop praising me. You don't need to take care of this. Go to the police station and keep an eye on it. Remember, if you have any questions, call the lawyer directly." Anyway, being praised by a woman with admiring eyes did make him feel comfortable. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the moment when the robber was shot in the head would always play repeatedly in his mind unconsciously. Damn it. As long as he thought of the powerful kinetic energy of the M1911, he decided that, no matter what surgery said, he would ask the other party to change the damn pistol when he returned. As long as he thought of that gun, he felt that he might have a psychological trauma. As a normal person, no one can accept watching the scene of a head shot up close, especially the scene of red and white spraying from the back of the head, which is too exciting. When he returned to the bank lobby again, the scene was being cleaned up by the police, and the crew behind the scenes also began to arrange the scene. If nothing unexpected happened, the filming would start as scheduled. Charles has found a large conference room on the second floor. He has taken the reporters up there. Seeing him come in, Guillermo hurried over. While reporting, he was also carefully observing his expression. "Are you okay? Do you want to find a psychiatrist for you?" Although the proliferation of guns in North America has been going on for a long time, Guillermo believed that given the environment in which Wayne grew up, he had never experienced such a cruel scene. For a normal person, if the mental strength is not enough, it will definitely leave mental trauma. The assistant director, who was born in Mexico, has seen too many similar things in that extremely chaotic country. Not for now. Shaking his head, Wayne followed him to the second floor, where there were still a lot of troubles waiting for him to deal with. If he left it alone, the news tomorrow morning might become all kinds of strange. The crew of The Dark Knight was already eye-catching enough. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Wayne looked around for a moment and then walked towards Charles Rowan. A table had been set up at one end of the conference room. In front of it were reporters crowded together. The scene was set up like a formal press conference, and a number of reporters certainly met the requirements of a press conference. From the moment he entered the conference room, everyone's eyes were involuntarily following his figure. No one spoke, no one chatted, and the atmosphere was very quiet and strange. Wow. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Wayne sat down, warm applause rang out at the scene. Reporters and cameramen put down their recording equipment and cameras at the same time and applauded him in silence. Charles Rowan, who was standing aside, also stood up with a smile, watching him clap his hands vigorously with everyone else. No matter what he did today deserves everyone's praise. Thank you. Wayne shrugged, stood up, bowed slightly to everyone, put his hands down, and said, "Okay, let's talk about the movie. I just did what a man should do." The applause gradually stopped, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Everyone at the scene knew that as a super rich man with a net worth of over $1 billion, it was really rare for him to do this. Even an ordinary person would probably have difficulty having the courage to face the gun of the robbers for a child. It is because in this land full of selfish thoughts that these things he did will appear more precious and will make everyone admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Okay, before we officially start, I have a few words to say to you. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Wayne sat on the chair, leaned forward, and said seriously to the microphone on the table, "Everyone has their own work. I just hope that when you report the photos you took today, don't show the child's face, and don't expose my lies. Such a cruel scene is unbearable even for an adult. So." He shook his head gently. "So, I don't want a child to spend his whole life feeling his childhood trauma because of media reports. You know, I have no right to ask you to do this. Everything is based on the principle of voluntariness. Okay, let's officially start." Everyone understood what he meant. If the relevant real reports appeared in the newspaper tomorrow, plus the photos taken at the scene, the child would definitely see it. Obviously, everything Wayne did would become meaningless. Director Greenberg, I'm Jim Burgess, a reporter from the New York Times. When Wayne finished speaking, a reporter raised his work permit around his neck and made a simple self-introduction, but did not rush to ask questions. Instead, he said to him, "Although the media reporters here are all from the entertainment section, we will let you see the sense of responsibility of media practitioners. Thank you." Although the reporter from the New York Times said this, Wayne also knew in his heart that as entertainment reporters, they pursued the so-called breaking news every day. Today's reporters come from different companies and newspapers, and it is difficult for everyone to be willing to give up the performance they have obtained. He was just doing his best and listening to fate to avoid everything he did becoming partially meaningless. Director Greenberg, can you talk about the crew's specific shooting plan? A reporter finally put the topic on the film project. You know, countless fans are looking forward to seeing this Batman, The Dark Knight, as soon as possible. Can you give a specific release date? After a slight pause, Wayne answered the microphone in front of him. I'm sorry, because of the confidentiality clause, I can't reveal the specific shooting plan, but I can tell you here that, if there is no major accident, Batman, The Dark Knight will meet everyone before the end of June next summer. The specific release date of this film has not yet been determined by Warner Brothers, and the film has just started shooting. Warner Brothers is also waiting for Wayne's work progress, and then will make a decision before January, and will certainly announce it to the outside world at that time. However, even if the progress of the work is slow, he can guarantee that the post-production work of the film can be completed before June next year. The question and answer session began to revolve around the film. The reporters seemed to have a tacit understanding, and no one was holding on to what happened at noon, which made Wayne and Charles Roven feel relieved. After the press conference, most of the reporters did not leave in a hurry. They chose to gather outside the cordon of the bank building to watch the first scene of The Crew. Countless fans are full of expectations for DC movies, and these expectations come from you. Charles Roven folded his arms in front of his chest, leaned on the table next to the director's monitor, looked at Wayne who was sitting in the director's chair and writing and drawing in the director's notebook, and said, "Have you ever thought about changing the style of DC movies? Wayne, now DC superheroes are already well known enough. In my experience, if the movie can be made more kid-friendly and more popcorn-like, it will definitely have a wider audience. With the current popularity of DC superheroes, every subsequent movie can even become the best choice for the whole family." This is the first time Charles Roven has worked with him, so unlike others, he has completely adapted to the other party's production style. In the eyes of the producer, the other party can completely abandon the extreme personal style that makes him famous and create a movie with a wider audience. Hollywood has always been a place where success or failure is determined by box office. In his mind, as long as Wayne makes the film more appealing to younger audiences and slightly reduces some of the depth, darkness of humanity and philosophy, it will inevitably be more successful at the box office. He is fully capable of doing so. Chapter 470 Smooth Filming. After hearing the producer's suggestion, Wayne was stunned for a moment, looked up at Charles Roven, and after confirming that the other party's expression was full of seriousness, he shook his head helplessly. For future DC comic-based movies, there may be some changes, but it is impossible now, and Batman is not suitable for that. He did not say more clearly, a DC movie that is juvenile and popcorn-like. Batman and Robin? Exclamation mark. Unless he has a bubble on his head, he will never do that. Since he is one of the shareholders of Warner Brothers, he must hope that the film will make as much profit as possible. But since the dark-style Batman has already achieved success, there is no need to risk changing the style. Continuing the style that made the previous work successful is the mainstream way of doing things in Hollywood. Another point is that his main job is a director. Originally, shooting non-mainstream movies such as superheroes is already a very strange choice. If the production of movies is just popcorn-like, it will only make the movie one of the goods on the Hollywood assembly line, which is not good for his future. Regardless of whether it is a superhero movie or not, Wayne will stick to his own production style. His extreme personal style full of darkness, humanity, and social attributes is his biggest advantage that distinguishes him from others, and it is also the most important part of himself. Boss, it's time to start. Guillermo ran over and knocked on the director's monitor, interrupting the two people's casual chat about the movie. I have just led the actors to practice the positioning several times, and all departments are ready. Wayne nodded and grabbed the loudspeaker on the table. The scene gradually became quiet, and the staff all looked at the director's position. Lighting? Okay. Camera crew? Camera crew is fine. With his last confirmation, after getting the photography, props, lighting, scenery, recording and other work ready, he nodded to the script supervisor and said, "Let's get started. The first scene of The Dark Knight, the first scene, starts now." After receiving the director's signal, the script supervisor immediately tapped the board in his hand. After countless preparations, the first shot finally officially began shooting. Robert, the photography supervisor, controlled the main camera number 1 hanging on the cantilever and took close-ups of several actors in the scene, accurately conveying them to the director's monitor in front of Wayne. The scene being filmed was a scene of robbers robbing a bank. Several actors were wearing clown masks. After hearing the sound of the stage manager hitting the board, they immediately moved according to their previous practice. Since the actors all wore masks on their faces, the difficulty of the performance was greatly reduced. As we all know, all the expressions and movements of the actors, even the slightest changes in their expressions, will be accurately captured by the camera. With the masks covering them, the actors have invisibly put down a lot of performance burdens. Besides, the significance of the existence of these robbers is actually to show the power of the clown. Basically, there is no situation where the camera only chases a certain actor. In the director's monitor, several robbers wearing clown masks are well trained and clearly divided to control the bank staff. Wayne looked at them and nodded silently. Cut. Good job, all teams. Reset. Let's do it again. The 10-second shot ended quickly, and Wayne shouted into the loudspeaker. In fact, this shot already met his usage standards, but this was only the first one, so he could keep 1 or 2 more to prepare for the later editing. Wayne. Nicolas Cage, holding the same clown mask in his hand, stood next to the director's monitor. After hearing him shout cut, he suddenly made a joke. I bet that, if the guy you faced at noon was as well trained as them, you would definitely be lying in the hospital now. Shit, that's impossible. While making a check mark on the shooting plan on the first page of the director's notebook, Wayne said without raising his head, Nicholas, why do you think I dare to go out? Don't think that I'm brave. When facing bullets, courage is not even as good as shit. Why do you think I carry surgery with me wherever I go? In fact, as long as the opponent is a person, the probability of hurting him is really infinitely low. No matter how well trained an ordinary person is, he can't be faster than a retired special forces instructor. Listen, you will also be performing with a mask in the next shot, so don't mess it up. Glancing at Nicolas Cage, who was doing nothing, Wayne gave a serious warning. You're the one-man show these 2 days. You'd better get into the performance state quickly, otherwise. Hey, I understand. Nicolas Cage hurriedly raised his hands, made a surrendering look, backed away from the director's seat, and kept muttering. Damn, he really hasn't changed at all. He becomes a nice face when he works. Wayne has always been like this, hasn't he? Lighting team leader Steve Wilson heard his mumbling and reached out to pat her shoulder. These few days are almost all your scenes, which means Wayne trusts you very much. Nicola, I bet that, if you mess up later, you will definitely suffer more cold violence and torture. Steve, if you like to chat, I will find a time and place for you to chat. Now, go and adjust the damn lighting for me. Before the two of them could say a few more words, the scene immediately remembered Wayne's shouting from the loudspeaker. Steve Wilson shrugged and hurried back to his job. The Dark Knight, Scene 1, Act 1. The second scene starts now. As the script supervisor shouted, the filming began again. Just like the last time, the actors and crew performed very well, and Wayne could hardly find any faults. After years of training and accumulation, almost all the behind-the-scenes working groups of the crew were old people. Since the main team members did not change much, the biggest advantage compared to the temporary crew was that they had enough tacit understanding. Long-term work and cooperation made everyone adapt to Wayne's work style. The crew directly saved the time of running in with each other, making the filming very smooth from the beginning. There were almost no problems with the transition scenes like this. After shooting a few shots, they were repeated 3 or 4 times at most before they were called out. It was so smooth that even Wayne himself was surprised. He originally planned to finish shooting the robbers in the bank lobby on the first day, and then it would be best if he could shoot 2 shots of the Joker's appearance. Unexpectedly, before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Nicolas Cage would appear in advance. Listen, you are different from them, huh? Even with a mask, I hope you can show the effect you should have, okay? In the middle of the bank hall, Gilmore was directing the actors to stand, and Wixhart was directing the props team to arrange bags of money that would be used later. While arranging the shooting scene, Wayne grabbed Nicolas Cage and kept giving instructions. "You should know your importance in this movie. I will be very strict with all your shots. Even if a look or emotion makes me feel that the performance is not in place, I will ask you to repeat it all the time. Huh. Leave it to me." Nicolas Cage nodded, put the mask directly on his face, grabbed the prop pistol in his hand, squatted on the ground, and began to prepare for the performance. This is his chance. He knows the meaning of this film. Although it is called Batman, the most attractive character is actually the Joker. He has worked so hard for this role. He is waiting for this moment. It didn't take long. As the clapperboard was pressed, the two actors in the field immediately began to perform. Wearing the same clown mask, one of them suddenly raised a gun and pointed it at Nicolas Cage, saying, "I bet the clown told you to wait until we load the money into the car and then shoot me." "Oh, no. Nicolas Cage, wearing a mask, spoke in a relaxed tone, raised his wrist, and looked at the time. "I'm responsible for killing the school bus driver." "School bus driver? What school bus driver?" The two confronted each other and kept moving. Cut. Wayne's voice resounded throughout the bank hall through the loudspeaker. The two actors who were performing, after hearing the director's voice, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "How is it? Do you want to do it again?" Guillermo waited for a long time and found that Wayne had been staring at the monitor and kissed him in confusion. "Let the school bus get ready." Raising his head and taking a long breath, Wayne looked at the assistant director and said, "This one is fine. Nicola, this guy, I can't find any fault with his performance. Props, set up the scene." Guillermo immediately turned around and ran towards the props team. Whether it was because of the mask or not, Nicolas Cage's performance was remarkable, especially his voice, which was relaxed and crazy, and even Wayne could not find much fault with it. In the subsequent filming, except for the scene of the school bus crashing through the wall, which was repeated several times, the literary scenes were almost called out once or twice. No one expected that there would be such efficiency on the first day. When Wayne announced the end of the work, half a day actually shot the original plan for the whole day. The suffering he suffered now seems to be beyond expectations and worth it. At some point, Nina quietly returned to Wayne's side and sighed to the clown who was walking towards the makeup removal car. "What do you want to say? What can't beat you will eventually make you stronger, right?" Wayne was also in a very good mood. He whistled and drew a big check on the first page of the shooting plan. Shrugging, Nina began to help him pack his belongings. "That's a good description. How's your cold, boss? Are you still feeling bad?" "Besides feeling weak, my head is much clearer after being shocked by what happened at noon." Mentioning this, the two frowned at the same time. They both knew that tomorrow would be the beginning of the media storm. Before getting in the car, Wayne smacked his lips, temporarily suppressing all his disturbing thoughts, and instructed his assistant, Nina, "Contact the Chinese restaurant we ate at last time in New York. We'll have Chinese food for dinner." Chapter 471 Choice. According to the original plan, the crew worked smoothly on the first floor of the JP Morgan Chase Bank building for half a day, but when night fell on the Big Apple, countless media, newspapers and other institutions across North America were caught in a dilemma. It was late at night, and when the clock rang clang, clang, clang at 3 in the morning, the hotel where Wayne and others were staying had already fallen into a deep sleep. The crew with a large and complex personnel composition. Once the filming work started, it was like a sophisticated and complicated big machine. As long as there were not too many unexpected situations, no one was willing and no one could stop the work from stopping. Any loss of one day would mean a loss of millions of dollars, and it would also disrupt the work rhythm of hundreds of people. At this time, in a bustling block not too far from the hotel, Times Square in Manhattan, known as the crossroads of the world, several buildings were still brightly lit. This is the news media center of the Big Apple. Many news media in the world, including the American Broadcasting Corporation, have studios and news centers in Times Square. Therefore, many foreign media always like to cut the camera to the studio of Times Square when explaining live news in North America. People usually feel that using the prosperous scenery as the background can weaken certain political factors. Just like the name of this square, The most important current affairs media here, the first thing that comes to people's mind is the famous New York Times. This newspaper, known for its credibility and authority, has a global circulation scale and is a representative of high-end paper media and serious publications in North America. However, there are always two sides to things. This newspaper, like all paper media, also has an entertainment section. At this moment, in the editor-in-chief's office of the entertainment section, two people are standing by the window, silently looking at the bright lights outside the window. We can't wait any longer. Editor-in-chief Joseph Bollmer is a middle-aged white man. He has been working in an office for a long time, which has inevitably made him gain weight. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Jim Burgess standing next to him, saying, "It's past 3 in the morning. If we delay the printing of the factory, no one can take this responsibility." He now felt that he was a little oversensitive. He actually believed the advice of a little reporter and stayed with him until now. Jim Burgess was also very nervous at this time. Just like what the editor-in-chief said, if the printing of the newspaper in the factory was really delayed, no one could take the responsibility. Even the editor-in-chief, who was a big shot in his eyes, would not joke about his career. However, when he thought of his own judgment, he couldn't help but said, "Mr. Bollmer, based on my experience in frontline work, I have come to the conclusion that it is very likely that no authoritative media will report on Wayne Greenberg's incident tomorrow. If this news only appears in New York failure at that time, this is the main reason why they have been waiting for the news until now." Joseph Bollmer certainly knows that the New York Times does not need to win any exclusive entertainment headlines. Their natural position in the media industry is destined to not take such risks. For such a world-renowned media, the principle of reporting news has always been to seek stability and truth. They don't need to, and don't bother to rely on entertainment headlines to gain sales. The current situation is very strange. Similar things have never happened in the entire North American news history. This incident is indeed not a big deal. But if people wake up tomorrow morning and find that the news about Wayne Greenberg and the little boy only appears in the authoritative media of the New York Times, not only will they not get any benefits, but they may also become the target of public criticism. You know, the most powerful place to play moral kidnapping is never a certain land in the East, but the most lavish one is the Western media colleagues. Today's New York Times entertainment section has two different contents temporarily set. Of course, they can choose to ignore the incident that happened in New York at noon for the sake of safety, but what if other authoritative media reports it? I'm afraid that by then, the top management will only think that the editor-in-chief of the entertainment section, and even all the media workers in the entire entertainment section, have lost their news sensitivity and can ignore the major events that happen under their noses. Therefore, the feeling of being in a dilemma has tortured Joseph Bollmer for most of the night. Ding, ring, ring, ding, ring, ring. Just as Joseph Bollmer frowned and wanted to make a decision quickly, the phone on the desk rang very abruptly. Damn, it should be a call to urge the final version. He looked at the bright lights outside the window again, shook his head, and turned to walk towards the desk. At this time, Jim Burgess also lowered his head helplessly, turned around and followed his boss back to the desk. "This is Joseph Bollmer." The entertainment editor of the New York Times answered the phone, but then fell silent. His expression changed dramatically as time went by, from frowning to smiling. The call lasted quite a long time, and Joseph Bollmer didn't say anything except a few HMM responses. Jim Burgess, who was standing by, had already seen that something was wrong, and looked at his boss anxiously. Before the other party finished answering the phone, the door of the editor's office was suddenly knocked. In the quiet early morning, the several bang 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 sounds were particularly harsh and attracted the attention of the two people in the room. "Come in." Joseph Bollmer covered the microphone with one hand, shouted at the door, and then put the phone to his ear again, listening carefully to the message from the other end of the phone. "Boss, the factory has called twice to urge us. The assistant editor-in-chief looked anxious and couldn't wait to speak when he entered the door. However, when he saw the editor-in-chief's downward gesture, he wisely closed his mouth and followed Jim Burgess to wait patiently for the call to end. After about a minute, Joseph Bollmer finally put down the phone with satisfaction. With a hint of shock in his eyes, he looked at the two people opposite the office, pondered for a moment, and said, "The matter has come to a conclusion. Notify the factory that it can start printing." The same situation happened not only in New York, but also in Burbank, another North American media capital far away from Los Angeles. The authoritative paper media, mainly the Los Angeles Times, received the relevant information almost at the same time and made a quick decision. The reason for their concerns is simple. Their own authority and fairness are like a ruler. When they gain the trust of many readers around the world, they lose the qualifications to act arbitrarily, even if they are in the entertainment section. Besides, in the minds of many media people, this matter has already exceeded the scope of the entertainment circle. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that it is a current news with a strong social nature. Compared with the authoritative media that are hesitant and unable to get off the tiger, the pure entertainment media do not have so many concerns. From the first tier to the third and fourth tier gossip tabloids, they have already determined the news for the next day. They are very clear about their positioning and understand that they can't sell gossip news to the world anyway. Just before dawn, in the bedroom of a villa in the suburbs of Chicago, another media capital in North America, Roger Albert has lost a lot of weight compared to a few months ago. Lying on the furnished hospital bed, his haggard body and face, under the retro round glasses, set off a few buck teeth that are particularly conspicuous. "Roger, the Chicago Sun-Times directly rejected your proposal, and several local Chicago newspapers also gave a rejection reply." The bedroom door was pushed open, and the agent Lloyd looked tired, and directly gave the result of returning in vain. Looking at the Pulitzer Prize winner lying on the bed, seemingly weak but actually fearless, he shook his head and continued, "New York is even more impossible. That's Time Warner's territory. You should have known about the last incident." He paused and relaxed in Roger Rabbit's wide eyes. "Roger, in fact, there is no point in us doing this. Listen, my opinion is, don't let anger get the better of you." After the agent Lloyd finished speaking, he sat on the chair beside the bed, lowered his head, and began to wait silently. He certainly knew that his client's thinking had been distorted. In the heart of the Pulitzer Prize winner, he always felt that the reason he was diagnosed with cancer was because of the director named Wayne Greenberg. It was because of Warner Brothers' warning that the extremely proud film critic was finally so angry that he fainted. If he hadn't fainted from anger, he wouldn't have been diagnosed with cancer. Even a child knew that this logic was wrong, but his client obviously thought so. In fact, in Royce's heart, there are some things that he has never dared to say. Should he tell his client that perhaps the young man may not know the warnings from Warner Brothers and Time Warner? No, that would be too cruel. Forget it. I just wanted to make him unhappy, so forget it. It was not until a few minutes later that Roger Albert, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. His low voice seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. "How is the big fish in Warner Brothers? Royce, money is just a string of numbers to me now. Isn't it just $1 million? Promise him." "Roger, are you sure you want to do this?" Royce raised his head suddenly and confirmed with the other party again. "Go, get the things first, and I will notify you in advance of the specific time to start." The agent took a deep look at the client who had closed his eyes to rest, stood up and opened the door, and his figure gradually disappeared in front of the luxurious villa. Chapter 472, Collective Loss of Voice. The sun slowly climbed up again, and the Big Apple came alive in the morning light. Just after 7 o'clock, Wayne yawned and pushed open the door of the suite bedroom. As usual, Nina was transferring the breakfast on the dining cart to the dining table. Sergey squatted by the window, wiping the pistol that was always hidden under his armpit. "How do you feel? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" The assistant waited for him to sit down at the dining table. While tidying up the things on the table, she leaned her head and looked in the direction of the bedroom. "Where's Nami? Doesn't she eat breakfast?" "Not very well. I still feel weak all over." "Well, I'm trying to get used to breathing through my mouth. My nose feels completely blocked." Shrugging his shoulders, Wayne's voice was mixed with a particularly obvious strong nasal tone, which was obviously affected by the blocked nose. "I didn't call Nami. Let her sleep a little longer. There's no part for him these 2 days. She won't have the chance to rest so leisurely in a few days." Reaching out to take the plate handed over by the assistant, he skillfully spread jam on the barley bread, and his eyes drifted to the pile of newspapers on the table. "Boss, I hope you won't be scared." Nina on the opposite side noticed his action and said teasingly, "This is only a part of the authoritative newspapers in North America, but the other newspapers have similar contents. These are very representative. HMM." Wayne took a big bite of the bread and his attitude was quite casual. He hummed twice. "It doesn't matter. What kind of people are the media? I have seen it a long time ago. Let them report it however they want." As he said that, he held the bread in one hand and ate it slowly, one bite at a time, and picked up the top newspaper with one hand. This was today's Washington Post. Wayne didn't want to read the current affairs news in the front, so he turned it over and looked at the report in the entertainment section. The curtain fell on the North American summer season, and Warner Brothers became the biggest winner this year. The box office of the big productions it released far exceeded that of its competitors during the same period, especially The Matrix, which opened the summer season this year. This R-rated science fiction film, despite no one being optimistic about it, became an unexpected box office dark horse, earning more than $170 million in North America alone. Whenever the end of the year is approaching, the media will always make a summary of the films released this year. This has almost become a routine. Wayne did not continue to look back. He knew the various data listed in the press release better than anyone else. With a puzzled mood, he looked down again and finally saw the news report about The Dark Knight. Yesterday afternoon, the DC superhero blockbuster that countless fans have been looking forward to, the second Batman film The Dark Knight, has officially started filming in New York. The crew held a media meeting on the set, and director Wayne Greenberg answered many questions. He said that this much anticipated movie will meet with the vast number of fans no later than the end of June next year. After swallowing the bread in a few bites, Wayne threw the Washington Post aside, frowned slightly, and picked up another newspaper. This was the most famous New York local New York Times. Similar to the Washington Post, it did mention the Dark Knight crew, but the press release only mentioned the things he mentioned at the media meeting, and there was no other news. This is obviously not normal. What kind of people are the entertainment media? No one knows better than him. Even if there is no news, these reporters will deliberately overinterpret the answers of the interviewees and constantly find ways to create debates and cause explosions. Several newspapers were similar. No authoritative media outlets mentioned what happened yesterday afternoon. It was as if everyone had collectively forgotten. If Wayne hadn't experienced it himself, he would have thought he was hallucinating. Sergei, confusedly throwing away all the newspapers, he turned to look at the Russian bear who was wolfing down his food. Sergei stopped what he was doing and looked at his boss with some amusement. Yes. While answering, he also looked at Nina who was sitting across the table. Both of them had obvious smiles on their faces, as if they had known that this scene would happen. What about other entertainment newspapers? Facing Wayne's question, Sergei raised his eyebrows and said directly, "Boss, don't look at it. Nina and I have screened it this morning. No media reported what happened yesterday at noon. Isn't this what you want to see? Boss, you created a miracle." Nina put down the sandwich in her hand, put away all the expressions on her face, looked at the man across the table seriously, clapped her hands lightly, and said, "A miracle that is destined to be planted in the history of media. The whole thing is indeed quite weird. All the staff of the crew have been discussing this matter since they left the hotel in the morning and arrived at the set of the JP Morgan Chase Bank building. As a member of the circle, they racked their brains and couldn't find a reasonable explanation for the whole thing. Everyone knows the morality of the entertainment media. The quality of these reporters is uneven, but it is certain that most of them have no bottom line at all for the sake of newspaper sales. Take the paparazzi who have been squatting at the entrance of Greenberg Manor for a long time. They are essentially entertainment reporters. However, in order to hype Wayne's gossip, these people take turns and regularly go through the trash cans outside the manor every day. The same thing is almost uncommon. Tom Cruise's family, not far from Greenberg Manor, is treated even more excessively than Wayne's family. Nicholas, what are you doing? Do you want me to teach you how to act? Pay attention to your damn attention. If you make such a low-level mistake again, I will make you apologize to all the employees in the group during lunchtime. From the first shot in the morning, Wayne's calm and cold voice kept ringing on the set. As long as they are old people in the core creative team, they are aware of his working habits. There is almost no scene of loud roaring and anger. But with such calm and cold words, coupled with that icy face, everyone feels that they would rather face a director who will explode from time to time. The matter is actually very simple. A scene in which the clown kills a school bus driver and then takes off his mask to talk to the bank staff, but there are 3 consecutive mistakes in the lines. This kind of low-level mistake is a manifestation of inattention. Perhaps it was the too smooth shooting progress yesterday afternoon that gave everyone an illusion. Wayne obviously didn't care about Nicolas Cage's feelings. He threw down the megaphone in his hand, stood up from the director's chair expressionlessly, and walked to him in a few steps. I just saw you smile in the camera. Since this morning, the atmosphere in the crew has been a little impetuous, and Wayne simply treated Nicolas Cage as a chicken. Listen, is it not clear enough in the script I gave you? Or do you think you can improvise in such a simple shot? Ahaha, big star? Under the gaze of countless people in the crew, Nicolas Cage's face, even with the thick makeup of the clown, slowly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took 2 deep breaths and threw Wayne's nasal sarcasm out of his mind. He said, "It's my fault. I can't help but be distracted when I think of the news in the media today. Give me 5 minutes. I'll adjust." "Okay." Wayne nodded, turned and walked towards the director's seat, shouting, "All departments, reset, take a 10-minute break. Now is working time." He doesn't want to affect the normal work of the crew because of off-site factors. Truck driver James Cameron has spoken frankly to the media countless times, saying bluntly that every time he starts shooting a new film, the most annoying thing is to be affected by various media reports. Other directors have similar ideas to a certain extent, and Wayne is no exception. But normally, a large-scale production with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars is naturally the focus of media reporters' cameras. The production company or investor also needs to start promoting the film as soon as possible to attract more fans to the theater. A medium or large crew is usually composed of at least hundreds of different staff members, especially a temporary crew. Almost everyone has their own ideas. Therefore, we often see cliques and conflicts in Hollywood crews. Any slight disturbance is likely to affect the progress of filming. The crew composed of Wayne's core team is actually an outlier in Hollywood. Although there are occasional frictions between each other because of work or personality, most of the time, these people can distinguish the importance of work, and the atmosphere is naturally more harmonious. Another point is the control brought by absolute power. After his several big sticks to Nicolas Cage, everyone threw their wild thoughts aside, and the filming work began to get on track. Although Wayne has always maintained a nice face on the surface, he is very satisfied with the amazing progress of filming. The tacit cooperation of the crew behind the scenes, coupled with Nicolas Cage's good condition, enabled the crew to complete all the exterior shots in the bank building more than a day ahead of schedule, so that they could move to the suburbs in advance to shoot the explosion scenes. Just as Wayne was leading the crew of The Dark Knight to get the filming on track, Jeff Robinoff, CEO of Warner Brothers, unexpectedly showed up at the group building in New York. This is a huge opportunity. Sitting in the lounge of the CEO's office in the Times building, Jeff Robinoff, holding a thick cigar in his hand, looked seriously at his old boss opposite. For the childhood of a little boy, all the media in North America collectively lost their voices, and all channels did not mention the robbery at all. "This is a miracle, we can't let it go." "Don't worry, Jeff." Sitting opposite him was Kevin Tsujihara, the former CEO of Warner Brothers and current helmsman of Time Warner. 3 days. This is a tacit understanding period of all media, and Time magazine has made all preparations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Flexing Time Warner's Muscles. New York is the absolute home of Time Warner. Anything that happens in the Big Apple, as long as they want to know, there is almost no other possibility. When they learned all the information, they immediately responded in secret. Jeff, can you confirm the copyrights and projects in Wayne's hands? As the former head of Warner Brothers, Kevin Suhara can be said to have single-handedly pulled Jeff Robinoff to the position of CEO before he left, so the two of them almost didn't beat around the bush and directly led the topic to the most concerned things. This time Jeff Robinoff came to New York, nominally to attend the high-level meeting of Time Warner, but in fact the main purpose was to discuss some of the situations he found with his old boss, so as to make a preparation plan earlier and better. It can be confirmed. The CEO of Warner Brothers leaned on the sofa, the aroma of cigars in his mouth, and nodded without hesitation. He had already listed a detailed report on the specific situation a few days ago, and I believe that the other party has seen it more than once. Bruce, I and the elites of the company's marketing department have done an analysis. Jeff Robinoff squinted his eyes and looked at his old boss across the street through the smoke. The current plan in Wayne's hands and the adaptable copyright that has been exposed may not be as valuable as the DC series, but the difference between the two may only be the peripheral market. Now no one dares to guarantee how much value it can create. As long as Jeff Robinoff thought of the huge profits that the second two parts of the Matrix were destined to create, he felt his heart twitching. This is a circle that puts interests first. Many shareholders in the company are jealous, but no one dares to speak out their ideas easily. And this is just the Matrix series. There is also a project about dogs, a project about gorillas, and the Lord of the Rings in the hands of the fat New Zealander who is lurking in Jimmy's agency and constantly revising and writing. According to Jeff Robinoff's detailed understanding, Wayne's early script framework has not been taken out until now. Those hidden under the water are not mentioned for the time being. Just the Lord of the Rings, which is known as the most difficult series to be adapted, and the most difficult to be put on the big screen. What can be produced in it is too fascinating. Jeff, Wayne has taken a big step back on the DC series. Kevin Suhara frowned and shook his head. As long as he thought of the young man who was busy filming in New York, he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, this is not an enemy, nor a small person who can be exploited by anyone who wants to exploit. The other party is an absolute companion standing in the same trench with them. So this is different from those children walking on the street with treasures in their arms. The other party is a companion who carries treasures in one hand and a gun in the other. So, someone made some noise at the shareholders meeting. Jeff Robinoff looked at his old boss with his eyes wide open. Someone proposed to completely acquire Greenberg Studios. Wayne's projects and copyrights should be packed into Greenberg Studios. These are not secrets, and Wayne should have received the news. This is indeed a solution, but it is very difficult. Kevin Suhara nodded silently, and he also felt that this might be one of the best solutions. In this way, there would be no problem of who would squeeze whose interests. As long as the final acquisition could be completed, a win-win situation could be achieved. Unfortunately, he knew that it was too early to bring up the acquisition case now. The young man was not a fool. How could he sell his things at a low price? Even if the young man might be impulsive, the assistant beside him would stop it from happening. They understood that the woman with an ordinary appearance and figure was the brain who actually controlled all of Wayne's wealth. Kevin. Jeff Robinoff saw that the other party was thinking about the possibility, and then he said the solution he had come up with. With the frequency of success that Wayne has now, it is impossible for him to lack cash. The only thing that can make him interested is equity. That's not right. The CEO of Time Warner shook his head and tapped the table rhythmically with one finger. I heard that Wayne has never lacked cash, but he has no intention of increasing his holdings in Warner Brothers. He would rather buy an animation studio and burn money than buy Warner Brothers shares from the secondary market. This is indeed unreasonable. Wayne's financial situation has always been so healthy, and he has almost no debt. In addition to the loan for the early manor and a loan from Wells Fargo to buy shares in Warner Brothers, it can be said that he has no debt. Compared with his work income and investment income, these two loans are obviously not enough. This situation is too rare among billionaires. No, Kevin, now is just a preparation period. I will talk to Wayne about this later. Jeff Robinoff took a big puff of the cigar and enjoyed the aroma filling his mouth. You know, this kind of negotiation can never be done in a short time. The powerful female assistant beside him will definitely make a plan to maximize his benefits. Are you so sure that he will talk to you about the acquisition? According to Kevin Tsuhira's analysis, with the other party's greedy character, he will definitely refuse the acquisition of the studio without hesitation, and then come up with some projects every year to cooperate with Warner Brothers in the existing way. This will not only maximize the benefits, but also firmly seize the initiative. Moreover, at least on the surface, Wayne has no intention of increasing his holdings in Warner Brothers, and it is impossible to change his mind in a short time. He thinks that the reason why the young man was willing to invest in Warner Brothers in the first place was just to tie himself to a giant and then have a voice in the company that will not be restricted. In this way, more shares that others think are hard to come by will not be very tempting to the young man, who said to exchange for Warner Brothers shares. It was not until then that Jeff Robinov revealed his trump card. Hearing his words, Kevin Tsuhira's eyes widened suddenly and then slowly narrowed. He had understood the meaning and began to unconsciously consider the feasibility of the matter. Tell me, are you sure he is willing to invest in Time Warner? You know, Warner Brothers is Time Warner's most important asset. The nearly 8% equity in his hands is already a major shareholder, and it is enough to guarantee his rights and status. Wayne is not short of money, everyone knows that. Jeff Robinov put away all his expressions and analyzed seriously. A man is not short of money, and what he pursues is only the historical status in the industry and the more attractive social status and absolute power. Since the birth of Joker to the DC movie series he created, he has been steadily moving forward step by step in the industry status and film history status, and none of us can help with this. But what about social status and absolute power? Can the identity of the boss of a media group ranked in the top 3 in the world solve everything? After decades of ups and downs in the circle of fame and fortune in Hollywood, Jeff Robinov has seen through human nature. When a man is chasing fame and fortune in the circle, he is also enjoying the material and spiritual enjoyment brought by fame and fortune. However, when the accumulation of material things reaches a certain critical point, something that can stimulate their desires will appear. Another very important point is that, if Wayne can have more and greater voice in the company or group, the benefits to both of them will only be greater. The matter is simple. Their interests are consistent. The trust generated by years of mutual understanding and cooperation is by no means something that can be formed with others in a short time. The young man probably knows it very well. If nothing unexpected happens, the two of them will always be on the same boat with him. Find a time to talk to Wayne. Kevin Tsuhira's fingers that were tapping the table suddenly stopped, and his eyes looked fiercely at Jeff Robinov. Whether you are hinting or speaking directly, let him speed up the launch of other projects in his hands and increase the weight of Greenberg Studio as soon as possible, so that when I raise the exchange proposal at the board meeting, the probability of passing will be high enough. After he figured out the benefits, he immediately began to arrange the whole article without any hesitation. Obviously, if Wayne can buy shares in Time Warner, and preferably become a major shareholder of this media group, then his position will naturally be more stable. I will take time to talk to him before leaving New York. This matter will only benefit Wayne more, and Jeff Robinov believes that the other party will not refuse. Kevin, before that, you have to find a way to show the influence of Time Warner and the power of a media group. Doesn't he want an Oscar statuette? Then find a way to give him greater social influence. The old guys in the academy are very sensitive to politics. It's very simple. Kevin Tsuhira laughed, suddenly stood up, and walked to the window, looking in the direction of the entire North American political center. I said, it's very simple. He turned his head suddenly, with a smile full of watching the show on his face. I hope our little friend will not be scared by my handwriting. Jeff, this year is 1996, and it's only a few days away from November. Speaking of social influence, no one can understand it more thoroughly than him, the helmsman of the media group. Hearing this, Jeff Robinov also laughed. In the giant company of Warner Brothers, there has been a saying that the reason why his position as CEO is stable and the company's performance has been rising year by year is mainly because of his good personal relationship with Wayne Greenberg and the common interests of both parties. He has never raised any objection to this statement. Yes, he himself also agrees with this statement. Since the two parties have been tied together for a long time, while gaining more voice for the other party, it naturally means that his position is more stable. Chapter 474 Holy Street. Boom, a low muffled explosion sounded, and in the arranged blasting site, a whole wall of bank safes flew out in the sound of the explosion, and green dollars were floating in the air. Everything was clearly and completely transmitted to the director's monitor through the camera lens. Several main actors of the crew gathered behind Wayne and watched the filming of the blasting scene. There were no scenes for them in the past 2 days, but these actors did not give themselves a holiday and have been working with the crew. Okay, this shot is fine. Wayne, who was sitting in the director's chair, immediately raised the megaphone in his hand and shouted as soon as the blasting was over. Gilmore, arrange for everyone to finish work. Pay attention to check the things of the fireworks group, and pay attention to safety issues. Several main actors surrounding him also clapped their hands at the same time and gave congratulatory applause to the fireworks group. It was really not easy. The whole crew spent the whole day in the sound of boom, boom, boom. Those who were a little closer to the front line seemed to have the sound of explosions in their ears. Even if the calculations were accurate, the explosion scenes were full of small accidents. It took a whole day to shoot just 2 simple explosion shots. Of course, this was also related to the director's strict requirements. If there was any dissatisfaction, the explosion points would be arranged again, and the booming sound would be repeated. But it was over after all. Starting tomorrow, the crew would move again, and it would be their turn to go on stage. Damn it, they finally got rid of them. Charles Rowan looked like he had survived a disaster, and he came to Wayne and let out a long sigh. Why are those people so idle? Can't they do something serious? Why do they keep staring at the crew for trouble? The continuous low explosions not only made the crew feel tortured, but also attracted several members of the so-called Environmental Protection Organization, who wanted to enter the explosion site to check with high-sounding and ridiculous reasons. These people are usually the most troublesome, because the organizations they belong to are all non-profit, and getting involved with them will cause a lot of trouble. Charles, you should be thankful that we won't involve animals or scenes with children. Wayne teased while packing up his personal belongings. Now it's just an environmental protection organization, so these people are still easy to deal with. If you run into an animal protection organization or a child protection organization, you will lose a layer of skin. And dealing with these organizations is one of the headaches of almost every producer. After dinner, do you want to go for a drink together? Charles Rowan shook his head with a wry smile and saw him pack up his things and made an invitation. You know, the crew can always find a good bar just half a block away from the hotel. Let's go relax together. Forget it, I still have to adjust tomorrow's shooting plan tonight. Shaking his head, Wayne rejected the other party's proposal. The producer shrugged, and he also saw what a real workaholic should look like. Since the filming began, the other party has devoted almost all his energy to the work and completely gave up all his personal time. By the way, with a pop, Charles Rowan patted his forehead and said before leaving, I have already communicated with the hotel about the film room you want and rented a conference room. It will take at most 3 days to set up everything you need. After saying that, he shook his head and walked towards his car. Of course, he knew the benefits of doing so. The black woman who had been observing the filming and the crew was said to be a master of editing, which made it possible for a lot of work to be done while filming, which would save a lot of time for the post-production. However, this would further compress the director's personal time. He would be busy presiding over the filming during the day, and usually had to modify the filming plan at night to adjust the problems encountered during the filming. Going into the film room every night was almost equivalent to being in high intensity work all the time except sleeping. After the busy crew packed up their things, cars began to evacuate one by one. Wayne maintained his habit of the past few years, standing on the set, watching the cars leave one by one, and only bent down and got into the car when there was no one. Jimmy called. As the car drove towards the hotel, Nana immediately began to report the work that required his decision. 20th Century Fox is very sincere. Jimmy thinks it's almost time to agree. In terms of salary, it's hard to make a big breakthrough, even if we talk again, unless it's delayed until next summer. Then just agree to it. Wayne God rubbed his forehead with one hand and replied casually. The promise with 20th Century Fox must be fulfilled sooner or later. Since the conditions given by the other party are sincere, just agree to it. Anything else? Yes. Although he looked very tired, he still had to report what needed to be reported. Nina continued, Jeff is in New York. I hope to take some time to talk to you. Tell him that the filming is going smoothly now. If there is anything, we can talk when we return to Los Angeles. Now, in his mind, there is only Batman, the Joker, or the constantly adjusting work progress. He really has no mind to think about anything else. My suggestion is that it's best not to. The assistant lady had a blank expression and shook her head slightly. From the phone call, I can tell that Jeff's tone is very serious. It should be a very important matter. Then let him come directly to the crew. Wayne sighed helplessly and closed his eyes. He was thinking about how to communicate with the Industrial Light and Magic special effects team tomorrow. In the following shots, Batman and the Joker's roles gradually increased. He was not sure about how to show the destructive power of the character's abilities. There is almost a consensus in the industry that Wayne's control over shooting literary dramas is the best among the group, and his ability to tell stories in movies is beyond doubt. But he knows very well that he is definitely not a good hand at a large number of action scenes and special effects performance shots, and he needs to learn more at work. There are many directors who are good at this. Almost all the representatives of technical directors are good at these, such as George Lucas. Although his storytelling ability has been criticized when it comes to the use of special effects, he is definitely one of the few people who have always been at the forefront of the times. Wayne used to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He knew he was not good at shooting funny scenes, so he simply tried not to touch comedy. He knew he was not good at shooting action scenes, so he always chose projects that suited his abilities. However, as the DC film plan continued to advance, some things were naturally inevitable. All he could do was to try his best to exercise his abilities in this area and accumulate enough experience in his work. No genius is omnipotent, and Wayne is not one either. Moreover, he does not think he is a genius, so continuous learning is the most suitable way of working for him. The next morning, the crew's motorcade once again faced the rising sun and drove towards the set. Naomi What's-His-Face was still not very good. She was wearing a windbreaker and looked drowsy, leaning on Wayne. How do you feel? Reaching out to help the Australian actress tidy up her hair, Wayne looked into her eyes and said, Today is an important scene for you and Charlie. I hope that your performance will not be unexpected on the first day, otherwise, I will not care whether you have a cold or not. Damn it. Naomi Watts opened her mouth and bit his arm hard. You obviously gave me the cold. How come you recovered so quickly? If it weren't for you messing around with that Italian woman. Rolling her eyes, the Australian actress didn't continue talking. She leaned on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and began to adjust herself silently. She knew that she was not talented in acting after all. The only advantage was that she got the script early enough and practiced enough. The crew's motorcade stopped in front of the suburban building that had been arranged in advance. This place will serve as the location for most indoor shots. The sufficient space provides considerable convenience for the set and props team. While Gilmore was directing the extras to enter the scene, Wayne waved to Naomi Watts and Charlie Sheen to come to him and reminded them before starting, Charlie, show your confidence. In court, you are now the embodiment of justice. Naomi, pay attention to your eyes and emotions. This scene is not difficult for you. Okay, no problem. The two looked at each other and nodded in agreement at the same time. They had practiced many times before, and if nothing unexpected happened, the problem would not be too big. Especially for Charlie Sheen. As a new member, he has been watching the crew filming silently these days. Although the main shooting shots are all of Nicolas Cage, he has gradually figured out Wayne's work style, and knows that the other party allows actors to make mistakes, but never allows low-level mistakes. This is a scene that takes place in the court. The main character is Two-Face, but at this point in time he has not yet fallen to the other side. As the extras took their positions, the behind-the-scenes team also prepared one by one, and the scene slowly returned to silence. Everyone turned their eyes to the director. Wayne nodded and signaled that it was time to start. The Dark Knight, Scene 17, Act 1, start now. The clapperboard sounded crisply in front of the #1 camera, and the filming officially began. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. Charlie Sheen walked a few steps from outside the camera to Naomi Watts, threw down his briefcase and sat down. The Australian actress asked in a natural and low voice, "Where have you been? Are you worried about taking over for me, Harvey? I know all these things by heart." Watching the performance of the two people, Wayne nodded slightly. After a lot of contact and dialogue, the two people's performance was basically satisfactory to him. The entire shooting scene has maintained a quiet atmosphere except for the conversation between the two people. Just when he wanted to shout cut, the door was pushed open with a bang. Charles Roven had a weird look on his face. He didn't care about the ongoing shooting, and hurriedly ran towards the director. F***K. Wayne cursed in a low voice, and waved to Guillermo helplessly. 10 minutes of rest, all departments reset, and start shooting again in 10 minutes. Sorry, Wayne, you have to see this. Charles Rove noticed the other party's ugly face, but did not make any explanation. Instead, he put a copy of Time magazine and a pile of newspapers next to the monitor. Wayne saw the Washington Post at the top at first glance, and he also couldn't help but open his mouth. Holy shit. Chapter 475 Congressional Gold Medal Illustration of Hollywood. This morning, a White House spokesman claimed that the Zipper General will personally award Wayne Greenberg the Congressional Gold Medal. Naomi Watts' sharp voice was full of disbelief. She didn't bother to read the specific content of the report. Just the huge front page headline of the Washington Post caused the Australian actress to scream in disbelief. As more and more staff gathered around, everyone looked at Wayne, who was sitting in the director's chair with an expression of disbelief on his face. The Congressional Gold Medal, this thing almost only exists in those legendary figures. It's no wonder that Charles Roven was so excited that he interrupted the filming. Naomi Watts screams and the wide eyes of the staff around him. Even Wayne was stunned by the news. People's reactions all show the rarity of this thing. The Congressional Gold Medal is the highest achievement and highest contribution award awarded by Congress. The medal is awarded by the highest power center, Congress. This medal was first awarded to North American citizens who fought bravely in the War of Independence, the War of 1812, and the Mexican-American War. As the times change, Congress has expanded the scope of awarding this medal to humanitarians, public servants, lifesavers, scientists, explorers, medical experts, actors, musicians, and writers, but all the recipients have made achievements that have influenced society. Just think about the names and achievements of the recipients, and you will find how precious this thing is. For individuals, for example, Dr. Jonas Salk, he developed the first polio vaccine. Nelson Mandela, he is a great anti-racial discrimination and anti-apartheid leader. Elie Wiesel, he is a great writer among the Jewish Holocaust survivors. It is too difficult for an individual to get this medal. Among the few times it is awarded, it is mainly given to groups. Hey, don't squeeze. Naomi Watts waved the newspaper with one hand and raised her foot to stand on the stool next to her. Let's see why the White House gave Wayne this supreme honor. The crowd's eyes were focused on the newspaper in her hand at the same time. People couldn't help but be surprised. This honor would be awarded to scientists, sociologists, and artists, which means that the recipients have made influential contributions to society or humanity. But no capitalist has ever received this honor. That's right, in the hearts of most people, the impression of Wayne has always been that of a capitalist. His works are indeed full of social attributes and art, but they have always been representatives of commercial success. No matter how huge his influence is, it cannot be denied that he is a director when he picks up the camera, and a capitalist when he puts down the camera. Early this morning, a White House spokesman told the media that the Zipper president was shocked by Wayne Greenberg's heroic performance. He then urgently submitted a proposal to award the gold medal to Congress. What is rare is that the proposal received more than 90% of the members' votes in favor in a short period of time. Everyone agreed that his actions were completely worthy of the title of a North American hero. It is reported that just 3 days ago, director Wayne Greenberg led the crew to New York to shoot and encountered a horrific hijacking incident in a bank building. The robber did not rob the money, but was trapped inside the bank by security personnel. He took a little boy who was less than 5 years old as a hostage and demanded that the police prepare $500,000 in the car, otherwise he would shoot the boy to death. The police and the robbers in the confrontation did not know that the famous Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg was also trapped in the lobby of this bank when he inspected the shooting site. Faced with the helpless pleading of the child's mother, Wayne Greenberg took the initiative to leave his hiding place and walk towards the robber, who was obviously crazy with his hands raised. According to many insiders at the scene, Wayne Greenberg tried to negotiate with the robbers, saying that if the other party was willing to release the child, he could give the robbers everything they wanted. But for a criminal who has fallen into madness, his kindness was obviously thrown into the trash can. When the negotiation failed, he could only attract the robbers' attention with himself to prevent the robbers from hurting the child in their hands and buy time for the sniper. Seeing that the robbers were getting more and more excited, the sniper pulled the trigger just before the robbers were about to kill the child, and the robbers fell to the ground. Fortunately, all these bloody scenes happened behind the child, and the tragic scene of the robbers being shot in the head did not happen in front of the child. At the moment when the robbers fell to the ground, Wayne Greenberg rushed over and picked up the child. Then the police force and countless media outside the bank building swarmed in, but saw Wayne Greenberg holding the child with his back to the bloody scene and still shouting to the child, "The shooting is over. Kid, you performed so well. You are really a brave acting genius." The child immediately stopped crying and asked Wayne Greenberg if he was really filming a movie. He got an affirmative answer, and the child's mother also said that he was filming a movie. The police and media reporters nearby also tacitly blocked the two bodies at the same time and loudly praised the child for his excellent and brave performance and said he should be rewarded. Wayne Greenberg's hard work was not in vain. At the subsequent press conference, he made a request to the media, hoping that everyone would block the bloody crime scene and the child's face when reporting the news. He said, "We can't let an innocent child spend his whole life feeling the shadow of this unfortunate childhood." Perhaps even Wayne Greenberg did not expect that he and hundreds of media reporters present at the scene would create a miracle in the history of the media. On the second day after the incident, all North American media were silent and did not mention the robbery in New York. Countless media practitioners chose to follow Wayne Greenberg's kindness and chose to protect the young and innocent hearts of children. Speaking of Wayne Greenberg, he is the representative of the American dream in people's eyes. Through hard work, he not only made his film works famous all over the world, but also gained enviable wealth while realizing his dreams. There is never a lack of blood, violence and foul language in his films, but in contrast to the dark reality reflected in his works, Wayne Greenberg, who put down the camera, is a warm and sunny young man and a truly kind gentleman. It is worth mentioning that this is not the first time Wayne Greenberg has protected children. He was previously called a man who protects justice by the media. To this day, a stone engraved with the logo of Batman's clothes is still erected in front of the headquarters building of Warner Brothers. On a Washington Post, half of the page was used to introduce Wayne's affairs in detail, and the justice action incident that shocked North America was listed one by one. The picture accompanying this newspaper was the stone carving in front of the Warner Brothers building. In the black and white photo, the bat suit designed by the child himself could be clearly seen. With Naomi Watts' voice, the crowd gradually quieted down, and their attention was focused on the Australian actress, even Wayne. This is the Washington Post, which represents the mouthpiece of political correctness, and it is the front page of the most important social current affairs page. With his mentality today, even if he has seen too many big scenes, he still feels a sense of euphoria. How is it? Do you feel a huge surprise? No one noticed when Jeff Robinoff squeezed in. When he licked his belly and patted Wayne's arm, he attracted the other party's attention. What is political correctness? This is political correctness that cannot be attacked. When the congressional gold medal is hung on your chest, I don't believe that the old guys in the academy will not think twice. Wayne smiled and hugged the CEO of Warner Brothers, shrugged, and whispered, "How did you do it? You know, I don't really care about these things, but I have to say, this is a huge surprise. Seeing that the award season is coming, no matter what, he has to admit that this will invisibly add a lot of weight to his Academy Award journey, and at the same time it will have a great boost to the canvassing work. I'll explain it to you in detail later." Jeff Robinoff smiled, raised the small wooden box in his hand, and said, "Let's find a place to talk. There are some things I need to discuss with you." Wayne is very familiar with this wooden box, which usually contains the other party's collection of cigars. Just looking at this posture, it is definitely not a topic that can be discussed in a few words. Nodding, he patted Gilmore on the shoulder, whispered a few words, and asked the assistant director to announce that he would take a break in the morning, and the filming would continue in the afternoon. Ignoring the staff members who were making a fuss around Naomi Watts, Wayne walked towards his trailer with Jeff Robinoff and Inna. "Wayne, are you sure you don't want to continue listening?" After hearing that he announced his vacation, the CEO of Warner Brothers was not in a hurry, and teased, "You are the center of all media today, and a copy of the Washington Post can't explain anything." Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne knew that Warner Brothers must have played a certain role in this. The target of their publicity was indeed himself, and it was indeed to expand a lot of positive influence for him, but it could not be denied that it was inevitably intended to promote The Dark Knight in advance. Anyone who is sober in the industry knows that no matter which hit film it is absolutely inseparable from large-scale publicity. The more the production company invests, and the higher the expectations for the project, the more pervasive the publicity will be. Although the popularity of Batman Second has been very high, continuous large-scale publicity and hype is still an indispensable guarantee. Being praised by authoritative media with distribution all over the world really makes people feel elated. No one doesn't like this feeling, but his head didn't feel dizzy for long, and he quickly calmed down his excitement. "Let's go. Let's talk about business first." As the two walked towards the trailer, Jeff Robinoff turned his head and carefully observed his face, and said with some concern, "You don't look very good. That's all because of the damn cold." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.